Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Final part of the show today, a couple of breaking news items brought to you by our friends at Backyards Adventure, a great gift for the holiday season. Go to the website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. They got the alley-oop trampolines, the goal setter basketball goals, and a lot more. 205-408 for fun. Lifetime warranties. They set it up. They'll move it. It's unbelievable quality, 100% cedar with those lifetime warranties, landscaping programs, and a lot more. Wherever you're watching this, Atlanta, Birmingham, Huntsville, Montgomery, go to backyardalabama.com and find a location near you.
Trayshawn Holden is entering the transfer portal, according to Trayshawn Holden. He has announced that on his Twitter feed.
Wow.
Trayshawn, 25 catches, 331 yards, 6 touchdowns for Alabama.
Trayshawn Holden.
In the portal.
We'll talk more about it tomorrow, but is there a chance Nick Saban's making some room in that receiving room, or is Trayshawn just looking for a better opportunity?
I don't know, but he is in the portal. Maybe he just doesn't he's like, if this is the best I can do under Bryce Young, I don't want to play under anybody else. Go see what else I got.
I wonder if he reverses, if Alabama sneaks into this thing somehow, the 3% pays off. Congratulations to Joey Lloyd. That's the guy who won our pick 3 this year from Buffalo Wild Wings. He was 16-4.
the championship
That's amazing.
weekend.
Against the spread, right? That's ATS.
Yeah, 16-4 ATS. Way to go, Joey Lloyd. Way to go, all of you. Brown is working on gifts for everybody. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on a. We look like we're all dressed for the outdoors today.
Well, it's a little cool here in the old studio. I don't like
man.
that.
It was 30 degrees this morning.
It's a moving target here in the old studio, Rockstar.
with the trees, and then I just looked over there at our screen, and we all got puffy on and long sleeves and hats. Welcome to the outdoor show.
You'll never catch Brown in the jacket.
No, I don't wear jackets, but this is a moving target in here.
I don't wear jackets.
You never know. It's a gambit. You never know what's going to happen.
You never know. Yeah, I don't ever wear jackets. That's too much trouble.
If you want to see how we're going to be dressed tonight at Bud Light Game Night down at Soho Social in Homewood, you got a little glimpse of it right here. Come join us this evening, 5 to 7 Central Time this evening, Soho Social in Homewood. We look forward to talking to you guys, and who knows what'll happen between now and then in the college football world. Portal stuff is happening. Basketball last night, UAB got another great game from Jelly Walker. We'll get into that a little bit later on. One fantastic basketball contest happening tonight. We'll tell you about that later. A little NFL talk for you. But we start with college football, as we often do on this show. Absolutely huge news late yesterday and into the evening. A story I've been telling you about for 2 days. The Rose Bowl and the College Football Playoff Committee were having a staring contest. It was the showdown at the OK Corral. And finally, after years and years of the Rose Bowl controlling so much of what college football has to do, they finally blinked. And the college football world is now free of the Rose Bowl. The Rose Bowl will be part of it. We don't know exactly what they're giving up, but they gave up enough to where we've got a college football playoff expansion coming in 2024, and the crowd said hallelujah.
Yeah, look, I think it came down to a couple of things. The Rose Bowl didn't want to get left behind.
And they were going to.
Yeah, they were going to get left behind. It also comes down to money. This is exciting, though. I mean, we showed the graph yesterday of what the 12-team playoff would look like right now, and it is right around the corner. We've got 2 more years, the current format.
This year, next year.
And then it's wide open.
Well, Scott, and I hate to do this to Scott, if I don't know if we could pull that graphic back up from the playoff yesterday. Look at Scott. Can we pull that graphic up? As I'm saying it, he does it. Here's something done away that I think the Rose Bowl probably had to ponder. When you look at that, there are 3 Big Ten teams in it, right?
That's right.
All right. And there are 2 Pac-12 teams in it.
Yep.
So if that were our playoff this year, which that's the way it would look, your Rose Bowl would in all likelihood be 10-2 Washington, 8-5 Purdue.
Yes.
And that, if you're the Rose Bowl, was a glimpse into their future. If they just look at this right here, they're like, well, Utah's an 11 seed. We don't get them. We got to drop down to Washington, who's number 12. And we lose the only 3 good Big Ten teams because they're all good enough to be in the playoffs. So we're either going to have to take Maryland or Purdue, or I can't remember who the other 8-4 was in the Big Ten West. Illinois. So it's going to be Purdue, Illinois, Maryland, somebody like that. And if you're the Rose Bowl, you took a glimpse at that right there and said, hey, that's our future. That is absolutely our future.
Yeah, and the game that would have been played this year, more than likely Tennessee, Michigan. That's a big game.
Except, can I say one more thing why that's not even their future right there? USC, who's the 4 seed, they're going to the Big Ten.
That's right. Not even going to be part of the Pac-12.
So bump that up a little bit more for the Pac-12. Yeah.
You don't even know if the Pac-12 is even going to exist down the road, and you're going to be left holding an old bag of memories.
That's right. I got a photo album and a Big Ten team. Yeah. What do I do in my game?
The granddaddy of them all used to look like this.
So I like The Hunt for Red October. It's a really, really good movie. And
do you like him as Jack Ryan?
Alec Baldwin, I thought he was good as Jack Ryan.
I thought he was really good. I thought Harrison Ford was good. Didn't like Ben Affleck at all.
No, I did not either.
The dude from The Office, I watched one episode and I tapped out.
Yeah.
John Krasinski, it's actually pretty good.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's not fantastic, but it's really good.
Yeah, I watched that first season of that. Is that on Netflix? Is that what you just
Prime.
said? Prime, yeah. I watched the first season of that. Second season wasn't as good.
Most
First
stuff
season
on
was
Prime's
good.
got a lot of cheese to
Yeah,
it.
but there is a character in there played by Scott Glenn, character actor. You know who I'm talking about?
yeah.
He's a good
Wes
actor.
Hightower.
Yeah, Scott Glenn. And he's a submarine commander. And spoiler alert, they got a torpedo coming at them, and they turn into the torpedo to close the distance before it can explode, right?
That's right.
And he says in that, it's a great line of the movie, goes, the thing about playing chicken is you have to know when to flinch. And the Rose Bowl flinched. And that's amazing, really, when you think about the history of how much they've controlled in college football, they flinched. And the college football playoff had all the power on their side because they've got time on their hands.
So expansion is coming in 2024 for the college football playoff. And with that, now you probably speed up Texas and Oklahoma into the SEC, which is not expected to happen until 2025. But with the expanded playoff, you may now see everything churn and all the dealing going on behind to get everybody to their seat as the music stops that they're going to be in the future. We know UAB's moving to the American next year. Everybody's finding their home, waiting for USC and UCLA, Texas and Oklahoma to move to their spots so we can get some stability and move to what the future of college football is going to be.
But I really do, based on what I just said, believe and I was just telling you guys this in the office, one day when we pull out that Dusty album and they show the pictures of the Rose Bowl, really the catalyst to me to all of this, and Bruce Feldman may disagree later, Dan Wetzel may disagree later, but the catalyst that got all this started was USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten, because it forced the Rose Bowl, I think, to look at their future and ponder, is this a promising future for us, or are we going to be a fossil?
Yeah, look, things are changing. Things have been changing. It's amazing since the development of our show together and how much college football has really changed. I mean, if we go back to that first week of shows in Newport Beach in early 2010 in January, getting ready for Alabama and Texas, and you would have said, man, you guys are going to be doing a show not on radio. Y'all are done with terrestrial radio. Y'all are going to be talking about NIL deals where Alabama's quarterback's making over $5 million a year, and we're going to have a 12-team playoff.
Yeah.
And USC, by the way,
We'll be in the Big Ten.
And Texas and Oklahoma are going to be in the SEC.
Yeah, USC and UCLA in the Big Ten, and Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC. I'd have thought to myself, damn, what kind of earthquake happened?
I know.
I mean, you think
that
about
shifted our land plates that much.
All the things you just mentioned right there, there are a lot of people that were willing to look at the future and say, well, this is the future, right? College football players, they're eventually going to get paid. Let's do it now. We looked at this and said, this is the future. Let's do it now. USC and UCLA looked at the Big Ten and said, that's the future. Let's do it now. You know who wasn't willing to do that was the Rose Bowl.
Yeah. Well, Zach's right about this because the Big Ten and the Pac-12 now are so tied into TV monies and having to be a part of this. You know, in the past, the Big Ten and Pac-12, they held a lot of power with the Rose Bowl by saying, oh, you guys want a playoff? No. We're not going to be a part of that unless the Rose Bowl can have this.
We've got the Rose Bowls back.
No.
Yeah.
BCS, okay, we'll go BCS, but the Rose Bowl's got to have this. Well, now the Big Ten and the Pac-12, they needed the college football playoff and that TV money more than they needed the Rose Bowl and the Rose Bowl TV money. So they lost their ride-along partners, their ride or dies. So that's why the Rose Bowl had no more power. Ruffum, or somewhere in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room up there, said the BCS was better. The BCS got it right more times than not. The BCS was not better than what we're going to have with the 12-team playoff.
Oh, gosh, no.
Yeah.
Now,
It
if you
was not
wanted,
better.
I will say this now. If you want to go to back to a BCS-like formula to select the teams, I'm cool with that.
For the wild card teams.
Yeah, for the wild card teams.
Yeah.
I mean, the champions are going to get their spots or whatever.
Yeah.
But, yeah, for the wild card teams, sure, I'm fine with
If
that.
you want to take the committee out and just go with the BCS formula for the
Do
wild
it.
card,
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm 100% okay with that.
But, you know, if we were at current BCS this year, if TCU wins and Michigan and Georgia win, it would have been a complete mess.
Yeah, well, just like Auburn in 2004. Now, do we think Georgia and Michigan is like USC, and one of them is one of the better teams in the country, and Auburn was the third best team or the second best team? I don't think TCU is the best team in the country, but they deserve, just like 2004 Auburn, they deserve a chance to play for it. Right? So we find out if USC is that good, or if Oklahoma's that good, or if Auburn's that good. But if we were in the BCS, one of those unbeaten teams were going to be left out.
Hey, here's a question to ponder. Nick Saban turned 71 just a little over a month ago.
Right.
Will he ever coach in a 12-team playoff?
I was going to say, will this extend his career? Because in a 12-team playoff, he'll never miss one.
It's hard to believe he will. I mean, this is one of the – it's crazy to say one of the worst teams, ranked at number 6, that he's had at Alabama since he got it going.
And they'd be hosting a home game.
They're getting a home game.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not even having to go on the road. They're getting a home game out of it. And, oh, by the way, as we looked at the bracket yesterday, not only are they getting a home game, they got an extremely favorable bracket for them. I mean, they could easily be in the championship
This is
game.
a different topic for a different time, and we'll have a couple
Write
of
it
years,
down.
a couple of years to get to this. But just first blush, and I've seen this with some minor league sports where you have a normal schedule and then you play a playoff game, like our friends with the Barons. When they have a playoff game, their attendance isn't necessarily what it is for a regular season. Do you think on quick turnaround, these on-campus games at that time of year in December will be the – I mean, to us, it seems like, man, a home playoff game in Tuscaloosa, that's got to be 100,000 fans jam-packed to the rafters.
Yes.
A hard ticket.
To answer your question, yes, they will all be packed out.
So if you think number 5 seed Alabama hosting Tulane this year would be packed out.
Packed out. Forster, throw it up again.
Well, let me
Let's just look at the games that would host, the host teams, and you tell me.
So you're telling me you think Kansas State and Tennessee would put 100,000 people
in Knoxville for the postseason?
On the second week in December?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
They are so fired up about that team right now. Even with Joe Milton starting, they would pack that joint out. They are starving for success.
Every one of those.
I just
complete
saw
sellouts.
we were just at an Iron Bowl Saturday, where you know this. A lot of what I think were Auburn visiting ticket areas were big patches of Ole Miss, Egg Bowl, Mississippi State, everything on the line. Big patches on a Thursday night Thanksgiving.
That is right. Thanksgiving, I think, is a big thing on the Egg Bowl.
Yeah, but second weekend of December, a lot of holiday travels.
There's no championship.
Are schools in? Is class in second week of December?
I don't
Does
think
anybody
so.
know?
I don't think so. I think finals are this week.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the tricky part. The other thing I would ask you is, like, do the season ticket? I guess the season ticket still applies, so it's not going to be like every man for himself. You got to go in and buy tickets, and you might sit in the end zone all year, but you could have a 50-yard line seat here.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I don't know.
Does your season tickets count playoff home games, or is that a separate ticket you got to buy? And now if it's a separate ticket I got to buy, so I've got 3 weeks to sell 100,000 seats? I'm just telling you. Taylor Swift had a little problem with Ticketmaster trying to sell a lot of tickets at one time. I'm just telling you. Remember, Jim said, I'm not sure these stadiums will be full for these on-campus
Okay, but what
games.
does that matter?
Well, it doesn't matter anything.
Yeah, okay.
It's about TV dollars.
Because they're not full. They're not full for bowl games. They're not full for semifinal games.
They're
sometimes.
not. They're not. I'm just. It was just a thought I had. We're all excited about these on-campus games, and we just think of this crazy atmosphere. And it will be. It will be at most places.
But those 4 games would have been sold out.
Give me that graphic again.
Was Dallas full for Bama Cincinnati?
I
don't think it was.
It was fullish.
Yes, okay. All right,
there
that's
were
all I needed.
some empty seats.
It wasn't
Knoxville 100% their star.
fully sold out.
And I will tell you, I don't think they had the extra seats in Arlington that they usually have.
Yeah. All right, so Knoxville fully sold out.
I think Tuscaloosa is fully sold out.
Okay.
Who is Utah?
Yeah. Okay, that's the one you doubt. Penn State?
I'm telling you, Utah will bring virtually nobody.
State College.
Penn State is starving.
Yes.
With Clemson fans that travel well.
It's a huge stadium, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And the only one that would be shaky is one of the best venues in college football, and that would be in Columbus because they're playing Tulane.
Well, and they're coming off,
that's what I'm saying. Now, you got Alabama, who, if they're not in one of the 4, they're going to be playing somebody really good is going to be playing that 12, that group of 5 team.
Yeah, that's going to be your one.
Well, I mean, the weird thing about I don't know, because when you look at Columbus, they're coming off a loss to Michigan. I mean, that's a fan base that's a bit downtrodden. Alabama's not the same. They're coming off a win over their rival.
Yeah,
so they're excited.
But for Alabama to be a 5 or 6 or 7 seed to host a first round game, there's going to be some missteps along the way. You know what I'm saying?
but again, if this is the system you're in, the 2 losses are going to be disappointing, but they're not backbreakers. Right? I mean, the reason this is considered such a bad Alabama team is they're not in the playoffs.
Okay, a lot of other stuff to get to throughout the show, but just something to think about as we get closer to the format of this. And will we do the next round on campus as well. Play for some buys there.
Well, go ahead, because I want to make one more point on that.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Slice today. A wonderful place to go to lunch. You know, they have these special slices every day of the week. You can get the cheese or the pepperoni every day just by the slice. But I go in there and get a wedge salad and a slice of a daily, one of their special pizzas. Love it. Love it. It's a great place for lunch.
Local pizza, local ingredients. The Bajalia brothers, they created this great concept. My late friend Jeff Bajalia actually passed away a year ago this month. We continue to celebrate his life by celebrating great food. And how about this? He was the first to teach me how to make a pizza. He owned a couple of Domino's, and he had one on Montclair. And I'd go by there, and he'd get so pissed because I would put so much sauce on the pizza because I like a lot of sauce.
Right.
But when you put too much sauce on the pizza, it overbakes.
That's right.
Wait, first off, he let you come back there and make your own?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
He would let me make my own pizzas.
What a great guy.
But right now, you can get a take-home pizza kit from our friends at Slice. You get the Slice dough ball. This would be fun for you and the kids to do this.
I can go there and get my own pizza kit?
The pizza kit's only $13 to take home. You get a Slice dough ball. You get Slice house red sauce. You get the mozzarella, the provolone, all that cheese blend, and your choice of one topping. And so you can go home. How cool would that be to hang out with the kids and make your own pizza?
Well, Maggie's already got a dough ball.
True.
You put out a couple of pounds on this show, and you get called a dough ball.
They do a lot of cool things at Slice, and new locations popping up. You've got and Ruffum over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says Slice is the GOAT. It is. It is my favorite pizza in Birmingham. The original in Lakeview, one right down the street in Vestavia, the open Montevallo this past summer, and coming soon in Crestline, I think next month. But stop into one of those great 4 locations. Celebrate the Bajalia brothers and this great product that is Birmingham-based. Again, it is local pizza. It's local ingredients. It's our friends at Slice.
All right, so if you don't think Tuscaloosa would be sold out, and you've got an argument there, I'm not 100% it would. I think it would.
I'm not saying there won't be 100,000 fans there or 99,000, but I mean, overflowing, game of the century, Alabama LSU type.
All right. If the other option is playing these games in the current bowls, what does that game look like at the Citrus Bowl?
About 50,000, 60,000.
If that.
Yeah.
If that. So, I mean, maybe they don't sell it on campus, but where they're really not going to sell it, because if I'm an Ohio State or Alabama fan, I think I'm going to win this thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to spend my money to go to the Citrus Bowl in round 1.
Hey, listen, and if we don't win it, I don't want to pay to go see it.
Bingo.
Exactly.
So that's why you got to play these things on campus, because if I try to shoehorn these things into these decrepit old bowl system that for some reason everybody cares about.
So Brown is down to get rid of the bowls.
No. The bowls.
Don't call it decrepit if you want to keep it.
Well, it is decrepit, but I mean, I'm fine keeping it. But I'm saying let's don't shoehorn this playoff into it.
If I can be a dough ball, you can be a fence rider.
Let's don't shoehorn these playoffs into the bowls because all right, that's really going to get old. By the way,
I don't think so.
You're going to have to use it judiciously.
Hector
Salamanca.
That's what it is, man.
I'm fine with the bowls. I'm not one of those we got too many bowls guys, but I'm saying let's don't try to shoehorn this playoff into the bowls.
Yeah.
Just because everybody thinks these bowls are great because I had them when I was a kid, it's going to hurt the playoff if you don't. I think the first 2 rounds ought to be on campus.
I do too, and I think we should trim down to 20 bowl games.
So let me ask you guys this.
Why?
I think you all would
we
all
can't
agree.
even fill all we got.
So what? It's another game. Let 5 and 7 teams go.
Right
Who
now,
cares?
are you taking Georgia or the field?
I take the field.
I'm still Georgia.
Oh, yeah, I would take Georgia.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, if we had this 12-team playoff, I'm taking the field.
Yeah.
I would too, because that gets Alabama, Ohio State definitely back into the mix.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's a lot more excitement with this, and there's, I don't know how many more college football purists are out there. I still hear people bitch and complain about NIL. I don't know about this playoff, though.
No,
I think it is so much more exciting.
Yeah.
No, I say first 2 rounds on campus, and then let's go to the playoffs the way it is now. You utilize Cotton, Rose, and all those.
The question becomes, what does it do to the regular season? And obviously, when Alabama loses 2 games, it makes the regular season more interesting because they still have something to play for.
Yeah, I don't buy that anymore. Again, the NFL regular season is great, and teams are losing 7 games and getting in. And I'll even say this, we've only got 4 teams in the playoff, and these conference championship games this weekend, there's a lot of them that mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that becomes a problem. What happens to these college football conference championship games? We'll talk more about the SEC one coming up a little bit later on in the show. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu. If you got a son or daughter looking for a great place to go to school, Montevallo could be the answer for them. Find out why you belong at Montevallo. Great class sizes, very small. Your son or daughter will succeed academically. Wonderful 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship, sports, and a lot more. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. We'll get to Trent Dilfer being introduced as UAB's head coach in the next segment coming up. Alabama had some portal movement yesterday, being painted nationally as a bad day for Alabama in the portal. I don't buy that. If I'm an Alabama person, I don't want to go into next season with this same receiving room. Anybody else?
No. Unless they get better, yeah.
No.
So to me, when I see Trayshawn Holden, who had a big upside to me, but also had a lot of drops, he's the biggest name that goes to the portal with 25 catches, 6 touchdowns. And when I see Christian Leary, both former 4-star receivers, go into the portal, I see that as opportunity to replace those with somebody who can get separation.
Yeah, in a lot of those situations, you assume those guys have been encouraged to go in the portal. Like, hey,
I
good.
don't want to be that Alabama fan that says, well, if they're leaving, that means Nick didn't want them.
Well, I'm not saying that, but I do think that happens is they're encouraged,
Oh, yeah. Find you a new spot.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is I know this. I don't want to go into next season with the same exact receiving core and a quarterback not named Bryce Young.
Yes.
If they can't get open with this quarterback, then you need new wide receiver. You need some new blood.
This is just a gut. I have a feeling that you will see not one but 2 receivers come in from the portal, and I think you'll see a quarterback.
And you think you'll see a quarterback?
I do.
You're on the Drake May train, aren't you?
Look at Jim just pinning you against the wall right there.
I don't know about that, but
not a tree, a wall. I want to clear up Kyrie Jackson.
Yeah, we're not going. What's your show?
Bridgerton, yes, the one scene Lance saw. Kyrie Jackson was in the portal and is back out of the portal. He has clarified that on Twitter. He says this morning,
still go in the portal.
I have withdrawn from the portal because to be in the portal before December 5th, you have to be a grad transfer. I will be back in the portal Monday as an undergraduate transfer. Yes. I'm only out till I have to be.
Patrick says May or Hartman book it. We talked about both of those guys yesterday. Can you imagine the damage Hartman could do on an SEC campus? Winston-Salem, he's got like 2,400 students to choose from.
You're going back to he's a good-looking guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting he's on Alabama's radar?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying if I was Nick Saban,
you would look at
he
Sam
would
Hartman.
be on my radar, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see the movement that happens in the portal. Auburn staff changes, UAB getting a new head coach, and all that coming up on the show. That is being brought to you in part today by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. They will be a big part of our championship weekend coming up this weekend. We hope you drink responsibly and enjoy it this football weekend as well.
You know, I talked to their CEO this morning, Eleanor. She's so awesome, and they are doing 25 days of Christmas. Now, what that entails, not exactly sure yet, but we're going to have a different drink every day. So we're working on that right now.
Good conversation.
Yeah. Well, it was
Barkley and a...
It was an email conversation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I haven't gotten the full details yet, but they are doing the 25 days of Christmas. Again, it's locally owned and operated. You're going to be going to Christmas parties. You need to bring something along. Bring a bottle of Redmont vodka if you're out and about at different venues. Like we're going to be at Soho tonight. Order it by name, Redmont Vodka. Again, support locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also available in 20 states. Pick up a bottle this holiday season of Redmont Vodka.
Forrester, clip this out and send it to Eleanor just in case she's not watching. How about Charles Barkley in a Santa suit and Montel dressed as Rudolph? Our friend Montel.
I bet Montel would love that.
Well, I mean, Rudolph or an elf? Which do you want to be?
I'd rather be Rudolph.
I think I'd rather be Rudolph.
Prancer.
But is Rudolph a dude or a girl?
Rudolph's a guy. I think all the reindeer are dudes.
Other than New Orleans, when's the last time you kissed a girl named Rudolph, dude?
No, but I mean, you've heard Rudolph talk, right?
No, I mean,
He's got a feminine voice.
He's got that thing on his nose.
But I said it real quick that they're all men. I mean, Prancer and Cupid sound like female names.
Yeah.
Prancer does?
Yeah.
Dasher. I mean, Dasher's Dasher, Dancer.
Dasher. I mean, Dasher.
Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, Blitzen.
Vixen's got to be a girl.
A lot of female names in there.
Vixen is a girl, says Smuth.
Interesting.
Yeah, but Rudolph.
I'm telling you, females make the best pets.
Do you think they were paired up? Like each reindeer had guy, girl, guy, girl, guy, girl.
I don't think the writer thought, well, I don't know if Santa Claus thought of it like that. Just, you need to get me to my destination. Rudolph, lead the way because you got a cocaine nose.
I didn't see that part of the story.
I think Rudolph was female.
Well, I mean, Taylor could put it out in a poll question.
Poll question today, Taylor. Rudolph,
male or female?
Male or female?
Yeah.
The red-nosed reindeer.
And I'm just going by the Rudolphs, all the ones I watched, the Island of Misfit Toys, the original claymation.
He always talked like this.
Well, because he had the mud on his nose covering up his glowing nose.
Rudolph and the rest of Santa's reindeer are all female, says Inet says a scientist.
Nah.
Says a scientist.
How about that, Shiz?
No.
You got us, man.
No.
Damn it, egg all over my face.
Ruining Christmas for us one day at a time.
Oh,
The
so
LT.
you're saying you're not for? I thought you were an equality guy.
I am. I'm
let the women pull the sleigh.
I am a non-binary reindeer. That's what I go.
Rudolph with your nose so bright, won't you got my sleigh tonight? Then all the reindeer loved. What's the next word?
Rudolph.
Then all the reindeer loved
Him.
Thank you very
That's
much.
in the song.
No, they're talking about loved Santa
Rudolph.
Claus.
No, Rudolph.
Him. Hymn. They loved hymns.
Old Baptist.
Yeah.
When we come back, UAB's Trent Dilfer, who may be listening to the show for the first time ever today. Welcome to our town, Coach. We're back in a moment.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Forster, can you give us Rockstar's camera real quick? He's got a new toy. A new problem.
We got a bell, man. So somebody makes a great point or
Right,
a great joke. Nothing can kill it quicker than a little.
But I can never hear that without thinking about Hector and Breaking Bad. And Jack and I are down. We've got 6 episodes left in the season. And I'm nervous because the next episode, his favorite character is Hank. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Is Hank going to take a trip to the desert?
Oh, no.
At least it wasn't as,
Hey.
what's the dude's? The
Gus Fring?
No, the Mexican turtle.
Danny Trejo?
Yeah, at least that wasn't his favorite character because he had a bad ending.
Oh, he did.
Hey, is this going to be like Tony Reale? If we make a good point, you're going to give us points there?
These 4 things I know are true.
Okay, so next week, will you bring in a horn too?
See, I debated. I was like, well, what if I put it in there with them? And I don't know who would argue like, hey, slide the bell.
I think we got.
I know Dunning would be the judge.
We need 3 bells.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you just keep it.
Yeah, you keep it. All right, so Rockstar's got a new prop. Our friends at Oates last night hosting trivia. LT, tell us what happened last night.
It was a great time. So if I ask you guys what came first, Kaylee Kuliko or Airheads?
Kaylee Kuliko has got to be 38. Airheads. I'll say Kaylee Kuliko.
I'm going to say Airheads, way back in the day with Airheads.
So Kaylee Kuliko was actually, it was her birthday yesterday. She was 37.
Big fan.
Look at me. I missed by 1.
So she was born in 1985.
Yep.
So obviously November 30th of 1985. Airheads, August of 1985. Really close, but Airheads before. These are the little things you learn at trivia. What else did we learn last night?
True or false, can dogs be left-pawed or right-pawed?
I told this. You know what I did? I brought home some chili from Oates. I'd never had their chili before. And for whatever reason, I was getting kind of hungry at the end. I said, Will, I'm going to get a bowl of chili to go. So he sent me with a bowl, and it comes with like a loaf of French bread, a big thing of cheese.
Wow.
Yeah, so I sat up eating that, talking to the roommate, and I asked her the question about, what do you think? She was like, oh, no, they're ambidextrous. And I was like, how do you not know Lady Bird? And I gave.
You don't know your own daughter.
Lady Bird's left-handed.
No, Lady Bird is right-pawed. She's paw dominant. Like Forrester can show the video of her on the working the Mexican pizza. She's got her right paw down, holding it in place where she can get the remnants of the Mexican pizza. But she paws at me with her right paw. So I knew at that moment that they're actually
but if she's pawing at you with the right paw, that means she's setting you up for the big punch. Left-handed means she's left-handed.
No.
Okay.
Oates Tavern by Birmingham Institution. Go school over in that great staff. Lunch or dinner, you're going to love it. It's Oates Tavern.
According to reports yesterday, Hugh Freeze at Auburn making a couple of decisions, keeping Zach Etheridge and Christian Robinson on the defensive coaching staff with Carnell Williams as the assistant head coach and running back coach. Hugh Freeze deciding to dismiss Will Friend, Jeff Smetting, Ike Hilliard, and Jimmy Brumbaugh. Hilliard and Brumbaugh played at Auburn. Hilliard played, of course, in the SEC and was considered to be a positive on the recruiting trail. Will Friend with the offensive line and Smetting, who you expected to leave as a defensive coordinator. So you keep some, that helps you in recruiting. You have bringing your own staff the other way. Any surprises there?
Maybe a little bit that he kept Christian Robinson. It wasn't just all the Auburn guys. As you mentioned, Robinson played at Georgia. Boy, they had a heck of an SEC staff, didn't they? Now that you start listing all these names, Will Friend at Alabama. But, Jimmy Brumbaugh got the axe, so it wasn't just keeping all the Auburn guys. He did keep a Georgia guy. I wasn't you knew he was going to keep Carnell. I'm not surprised by Etheridge. Robinson obviously must be a really good recruiter, but, you got to have your guys. And no two staffs are the same, so there was no reason to think that Hugh Freeze was just going to come in and say, I do like all these guys that got a head coach fired.
Yeah, I was going to be surprised the more he kept. I thought Carnell and Etheridge were 100%, but outside of that, it was kind of an unknown. I cannot wait to see how he assembles his staff. I wonder how many guys from Liberty will come with it.
I would think very few, and coaches get killed for this.
That's right.
Coaches get killed for this, and it was one thing that a lot of people that raised red flags about Dennis Franchione and Mike Price is that they brought their own staff with them. And you want to give the coach leeway to hire who he wants to hire, but coaches get killed when they go from a small job to a big job. Well, guess what? That small job, he had to hire his staff on that small job budget.
That's right.
Now he's got a big job, and that budget's unlimited, right? So now I can hire a staff on that budget.
Like maybe I can hire staff on $3 million.
That's right.
Right? That's pretty. I can get somebody different than I can on $750,000.
Whereas I was at Buffalo and I got $1 million in my assistant coach.
Did we see what his pool was?
I haven't seen it. No,
not yet. No,
but I guarantee you it's bigger than what it was at Liberty, and that's why you won't see a ton of Liberty guys.
Because Matt Rule's is $7 million.
Yeah. See, there's your point. And I wonder.
I'm not sure they put a limit out yet on it.
Yeah, but if I'm Hugh Freeze, I'm like, look, if Nebraska can have $7 million, I can have $7 million.
But what do you think Matt Rule's was at Temple? Maybe
nothing,
$2 million.
Nothing. And
maybe
just a little bit better at Baylor.
Yeah.
Now this is the best chance for him to hire his assistants. Right. And by the way, he instantly hired away an SEC offensive coordinator, Marcus Satterfield, and he hired away an analyst from the a coach from the Rams, and Jake Peets, who was the OC at LSU. So he's spending that money already in Lincoln, Nebraska. Let's get into UAB's hiring of Trent Dilfer. The announcement yesterday in an impressive news conference is brought to you today by our friends at MyBookie. MyBookie bringing you not only this news conference update, but also all the great lines for tonight's Thursday night action.
Yeah, the biggest online selection of odds anywhere and contests to fill all your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere is mybookie.ag. Bet on the NFL, college, or play for a share of big cash prizes and weekly blackjack tournaments. Sign up at MyBookie right now. Use promo code NEXTROUND, and on a deposit of $500 or more, you can claim a bonus up to $200. The minimum deposit to be able to claim a bonus is $50. It goes all the way up to $2,000, a 10% cash bonus. But you can get a bonus up to $200 with a deposit of $500 or more. That's promo code NEXTROUND when you sign up to claim a brand new deposit bonus designed for bettors looking to get their cash in and cash out quick. Experience sports in a whole new light. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Rockstar cut number 11 first of a series of sound bites here from Trent Dilfer yesterday. Our friends at ABC 3340 helping us out with this as well. Trent Dilfer comes in with great success. And by the way, just pop that image up real quickly. I mean, just, again, you go back to things that have changed in our show. If you'd ever looked at Trent Dilfer, Super Bowl winning quarterback, ESPN analyst, and the guy who runs Elite 11 camp standing in front of the UAB logo as the new UAB head coach, that is not something. There's the introduction video yesterday of Dilfer getting the jersey, and he's standing there with our buddy Mark Ingram, the AD, and he is now the head coach of UAB. That's a surreal image look there.
It really
is. And again, credit to Bill Clark and and this community, because this was a program that was gone. It had vanished.
So here is cut number 11, Rockstar. Trent Dilfer, as a guy who has been uber successful at everything he's ever done. He's never been a college coach, but this is what he brings to the table.
This promise I will make. I'll make very few promises, but this promise I will make. You will get the best of me. You'll get the best of a 42-year-old football life that's had some of the greatest people in the game influence them. None more than my dad, who's sitting right there, who started me on this football journey on the back of a blocking sled. But I've been shaped by some of the greatest football minds that have ever coached. And you will get the very best of me. I will be relentless in my work ethic. I will be passionate about what I do. I will love and serve this campus with everything that I have. My family will be completely invested, and you'll get the very best. The net of that, I believe, will be an era of UAB football that many couldn't possibly imagine.
Wow. Oh, he won the press conference now.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it gets overplayed about winning the press conference, but if you just want to grade press conferences, I watched a good bit of that. He got an A. I mean, he was very impressive.
But when you tell me things I can't imagine, right? Well, I mean, you can imagine a lot of great things, but Rockstar, give me cut number 14. This is what Trent Dilfer imagines, because they're going to the American, right? Which now everybody in our 2024 playoff has a path to get to the college football playoff.
Tulane would be in it right now.
Tulane in the American, who is staying in the American, if they win on Saturday, will be in the college football playoff. This is the dream Trent Dilfer has for UAB.
I know this. I know if you're in the Southeast, you have a president that cares about excellence and an AD that understands the impact of football and a donor base that wants football to be good, you can be really good. So whatever the brand is on the jersey, I think this has an opportunity to be one of the best. I do think you're going to see the Power Five start having the elites of the Power Fives and then the ones that aren't meeting it. I think a UAB, a mid-major, a program like this can immediately start dominating those Power Five schools that aren't becoming elite. I do think that can happen rather quickly.
And that could lead to a college football playoff.
This was from someone texted me today from the NFL. This is a guy that works in the NFL. He will elevate, stir up, and push UAB to new heights or die trying. Sees the big picture of football better than most any I know. Great person, tremendous depth, not shy about confrontation, a leader. That was his description from an NFL guy.
Yeah. One more, Rockstar. Give me cut 13. And this is probably where you said thank you to Bill Clark and everybody who's given to the program. This is where this comes in. Because unlike some places where you see a new coach go in, there has to be a total change of culture and system. That's not the case at UAB. They have been built to sustain by Bill Clark and Brian Vincent and the coaching staff who was there before Trent Dilfer, and he is inheriting a car that doesn't need a total makeover.
Who's built a house here, right? If you've ever built a house, you lay the foundation, and it's not real pretty, right? And then you start to get the framing up, and the drywall goes up, and you're like, okay, I start to see it. But it really doesn't feel like a home until you get the fancy appliances and you paint the walls the way you want them, and the interior decorator comes in, or the wife just goes and spends a lot of money on interior decorating. But like right here, you're walking into something that's a really pretty house. Like it's got a great foundation, a lasting foundation. It's solid. And all you're really doing is adding fancy upgrades to it to make it elite. So it's not a rebuild. It's not even a remodel. It's a beautification of something that's already pretty darn good looking.
Trent Dilfer there on the UAB program.
God, I mean, it used to be a shithole. I'll never forget Bob Baumhauer set me up with his buddy Neil Calloway when Coach Calloway was the coach, and me and Ian Fitzsimmons went to meet him at his office. And
in the driver's ed building.
I mean, It was embarrassing. It really was an embarrassing situation, and that's where UAB football was. And Trent's right. I mean, it's a beautiful place now.
Yep, with a lot of potential. And I know there's some hurt feelings that Bryant Vincent didn't get the job by some of the players and some of the boosters, some of them. There are some that are disappointed that, you know, this is sort of a change away from what Bill Clark was, this or that. This doesn't feel like it's a down-homey type hire at UAB. This seems more of a national type hire by UAB.
What's wrong with that?
And this is a progression. It's the next step. What a job by Mark Ingram and UAB with Trent Dilfer. Now he's got to win football games because that's what UAB's has come accustomed to doing. You got to win football games.
Now he's got a challenge for the conference championship, even in the AAC. I think that's the appetite they've got now.
Even in the AAC. But he brings with him some tentacles in recruiting that could open the door for UAB to maybe even up their game on who could be the quarterback or who could be this player or that player. So an interesting day yesterday at UAB. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. We've got a reindeer poll question out and a lot more. Cowan Equipment can help you out.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat, piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
We'll update you on those poll questions in a second. Later on in the show, in the 12 o'clock hour, final hour, 12 Central, Nate Oates will be with us on the show. Yes, Nate Oates will be with us on the show. That's later. A lot more college football, though, when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on The Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Coming up at the top of the hour, Dan Wetzel and Bruce Feldman will be with us. They'll be able to give us insight on what the College Football Playoff Committee in the Rose Bowl decided yesterday, and a lot more reaction to Hugh Freeze being the coach at Auburn and what he can do with the Tigers and more. That's coming up to start hour number 2 in just a moment. Don't forget the Squadron with a couple of home games, the Birmingham Squadron G League team this weekend at Legacy Arena. Tip-off on Friday night is 5 o'clock. Tip-off on Sunday is 7 o'clock. Don't forget Squadron, they'll be celebrating Hispanic Heritage Night, and the first 1,000 fans through the doors will go home with the Squadron scarf coming up on December the 2nd for that contest. So that's actually tomorrow night, a tomorrow night contest. And the team will celebrate Hoops for the Troops on Sunday. First 1,000 fans through the door there will receive a Squadron military-themed ball cap. So a couple of giveaways for the first 1,000 fans to make it in for games happening this weekend. It is Friday at 7, Sunday at 5. Friday at 7, Sunday at 5 for the Squadron. And as always, you can get your tickets through the Squadron or at Ticketmaster.com for the Birmingham Squadron. Check them out online all the time. It's our friends with the Birmingham Squadron. A couple of games this weekend, Friday and on Sunday. NFL happening this starting tonight. We got a good game. The Bills and the Patriots, meaningful game. The Bills aren't in first place in the NFC East. We will get to college football in a second, but right now it is time for our Pepsi NFL kickoff of the weekend. Several big games to get to. Let's start with some news around the league in our Pepsi NFL countdown. Patrick Peterson and Kyler Murray in a little bit of a squabble right now. Peterson used to play with Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray sees him as a mentor. But on his new podcast, everybody's got one, Patrick Peterson says Kyler Murray doesn't care about anybody but Kyler Murray, to which Kyler Murray claps back and says, dude, you got my number. Why don't you call me? Why are you doing this on a podcast?
Well, look, I do see Kyler Murray's point. Patrick Peterson is a future Hall of Fame cornerback, one of the best to ever play. This is strange. You know, when I watch Kyler Murray, I still don't know why they gave him $250 million. He's never won a big game in his life, at least at the NFL level. He's a very dynamic player. But, man, when you've got a guy like Patrick Peterson, you know, and Kyler Murray did clap back and say, hey, look, don't drag me just for where your podcast can grow.
Right.
I don't necessarily think this is about – I mean, Patrick Peterson doesn't need the money. His podcast is probably going to grow on its own. I mean, there's got to be some substance here for Patrick Peterson to say this. Should he have said it on his podcast? I don't know. I don't know.
I would tell you, Kyler Murray has a PR problem in the league right now, right? With
He does.
people like Patrick Peterson saying this, and Goose says, Kyler's a bitch. I'm okay with this. Goose's comment over there. I mean, Kyler Murray's got a PR problem.
Well, you know what he doesn't
league.
have, though, is a contract problem because he's got that big new contract. So Arizona's married to this guy because you're not getting rid of him.
They are.
So much
and
more.
And you're paying him a ton of money.
Much more in our Pepsi NFL countdown for the weekend. We get Deshaun Watson, speaking of a PR problem, back playing this weekend. He starts for Cleveland in Houston, ironically.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like the NFL set that up, right? Let him have his first start in Houston. You almost wish the NFL had looked at the schedule like, okay, we can't let him start in Houston. We can't do that, right? But that's where he is, so it's going to be a circus, I'm sure.
I am fascinated. The last time he plays, it will be exactly 700 days.
Yep.
700 days.
He can't be sharp.
How rusty can he be?
I mean, my gosh, it's one thing, to be out there and be taking some reps in practice and, to be slinging the football around. But it's another thing when you're live action. And to go more than 700 days, January 3rd of 2021 was the last time he played a football game. And, there's going to be so many people. And how do the Texans react to him? Because if it wasn't for...
They're the worst team in the NFL by far, and a lot of that is his fault.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the alleged sexual assault and all of these civil lawsuits, he still would be their quarterback.
On the Pepsi ticker, you see some of the big game lines for the weekend. Bills-Patriots. Quickly, let's go through 4 of these games tonight. Bills-Patriots tonight. You got a feel about this game tonight? Does the Bills get it right, or is this a Patriots stay in the playoff hunt?
I think it's Patriots stay in the playoff hunt. The Bills they've been sketchy on offense, oddly enough.
They have, but you think about the last time we saw these two play in the postseason last year, 47-17. The Bills scored on all touchdowns on all 7 possessions.
Josh Allen didn't have a UCL problem.
Yeah, and Von Miller was playing.
He didn't. And Von Miller was playing for the Rams.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Yeah, Von Miller is out. He's their closer.
Yep.
I think that will be a difference, but I just don't trust Mac Jones right now.
3 more in 60 seconds here on the Pepsi NFL Countdown. Titans and Eagles, 20 good seconds on this massive battle with the Eagles still looking so good.
I've been waiting for the Eagles to take a nosedive. It's just not going to happen. That's a legitimate team. I mean, their offense is really dynamic.
Dolphins and 49ers. This could be a Super Bowl preview.
Could be. Miami's banged up on the offensive front against that really good DeMeco Ryans-led defense for San Francisco. That's a huge concern for Miami as their front line right now.
Christian McCaffrey, questionable, though.
Yeah.
Late afternoon game. Also, Chiefs and Bengals. The Bengals feel like they're starting to get right, and the Chiefs perceived to be the best still in the AFC.
Well, you look at the Bengals on the road last week, and it was our lock on Sunday, but they were a 1-point favorite without Mixon. Joe Mixon had the concussion. He's out of protocol now. Jamar Chase, there was a chance he was going to come back. He will be back this week, and how many reps he gets, I don't know. But with Jamar Chase, the Bengals are a better team this year than they were last year.
That's our Pepsi NFL preview leading into the kickoff tonight of the Bills and the Patriots. When we come back, Dan Wetzel joins the show, being brought to you in part by LT's Hair Guy, Dr. B, who has now grown it to 14.7% hair growth under that beautiful next round hat.
You know, here's the thing. I mean, unfortunately, when you get a little older, things start to fall apart. They start to fall out. People start thinning. It started to happen to me over a year ago when I found out it was going on. That's when I started to ask around. Everybody said Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Had another hair analysis done about 7 weeks ago at Dr. B's office. Got the results back. Hair's already 14% thicker. Pretty early in my treatment. Just started the second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. Beckenstein is the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered that use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. For more information, t3hair.net. That's t3hair.net. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. Call Dr. Beckenstein today. Even if it's a preemptive strike, you will thank me later on this. Call 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. Or again, for more information, t3hair.net.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day, and still pull out the big stick. The type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera. And the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're about to talk to Dan Wetzel and Bruce Feldman in the next couple of segments. That's part of our Michelson look ahead. Nate Oates starts the final hour of the show at 12 Central. All brought to you by the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, make the phone call that I made over 2 decades ago, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts, the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Find out if LASIK is right for you. And think about the gift of sight this holiday season. Call 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, conveniently located UAB Highlands. For more information, you can always go online, michelsonlaservision.com.
He is on Twitter at Dan Wetzel. You read him at Yahoo Sports, and he is a New York Times bestselling author with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Always fun to talk with him. What is up, Dan? How are you today?
I am just mesmerized by this Clark Griswold inspired set we got going. If that doesn't get you in the holiday spirit, you have no heart.
Boy, is your favorite part the beer tap behind Lance or the trees? Which
I didn't
part?
see that.
Oh, you didn't see it behind Lance? Yeah. We got. What do we got on tap right now? Stella and Bud Light.
Yeah,
right?
we got Stella and Bud Light on tap.
That works.
But
that works, he says.
Yeah, but we can rotate it. We've had IPAs on tap in here. We rotated in and out.
I'm a Busch Light guy, so I'm good.
That's part of the family. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Yes.
Thank you for sticking with the family there. It's not your first rodeo, Dan. Thank you.
Yeah, when was your first Busch Light? A parking lot in Detroit at 14?
Nah, well, I lived in Massachusetts then, but it's something like that. Yeah. A little younger than it probably Probably should have been.
Hey, do you have any clue what the Rose Bowl gave up yesterday?
I think it gave up its self-importance is what it did. You know, I've been on this show a lot of years. I've covered this story for years. I wrote a couple of books about why we don't have a playoff. And the single hardest thing to explain to people was that the Rose Bowl, one game, and its obsession with having the sun set at the end of the third quarter of its game was a serious impediment to a $1 billion playoff. And people go, no, couldn't be true. But it was. They were adamant. Not only did they get to have an exclusive window on New Year's Day, the best time of all. Like last year, the Ohio State-Utah game that didn't matter got 100,000 less viewers, 16.3 million to the 16.4 million that Alabama-Cincinnati got in an actual playoff game, right? People are tuned in America. It's New Year's Day afternoon. We want to. Not only would they not give up an exclusive window at that time, they wouldn't even move it an hour earlier to 4 p.m. Eastern so that you could play the first semifinal at 12:30 on New Year's Day and the second one right at 8. And you could even sandwich the games, right? They wouldn't do that because then the sun would set an hour earlier and be at like halftime. And that was one of their impediments. Now, it's not the only one, but it was so absurd. But for a lot of years, they got so much protection and they made a ton of money for themselves. And this is it. So finally, they had their chain yanked. And I think the SoFi Stadium is the big reason because it's like, well, you don't want to deal with us. We don't want to deal with you. We don't need to deal with you. We got this beautiful stadium right down the road. We can play in LA.
Could you make the argument, and I have, and I could be wrong about this, Dan, you followed it much closer than me, but could you make the argument that this was a growing snowball, but the true catalyst here was USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten and the Rose Bowl having to take a deep look at their future because of what the Pac-12 could offer them in the future?
No, I think the bit was that, I mean, that played a role. I mean, the Rose Bowl is weakened. I mean, we have reports that Ohio State told the Rose Bowl, don't invite us this year if we don't make the playoff. Invite Penn State.
Wow.
You know, when Ohio State doesn't care about the Rose Bowl or value the Rose Bowl, who exactly is there valuing the Rose Bowl, right? So that was a report yesterday that they'll take Penn State because Ohio State went last year and the fans want to go to a different location if they're going to do a bowl thing. So I think what happened really was the president over in Mississippi State and these presidents said, get this done, and told the commissioners who were too into petty politics and too into distractions and had their friends and all these different things going on. And they said, get this done. And somebody, at the end of the day, you sit there and go, why are we letting these people control us? So they basically said, expand now or risk even being involved in the future. And the Rose Bowl had to take a real look at it and say, if we don't go along now, we might get 2 more years in this system. But in 2026, they could replace us with SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles or any other stadium in the country. And we're on tenuous ground. And I think that's the one that pushed this over the finish line. But like you said, it was a snowball and it was coming.
I think it's safe to say Ohio State fans want to be in Phoenix or Atlanta, and there's still that outside shot if something happens this weekend with TC or USC. Do you think ultimately there is one of these semi-upsets and Ohio State finds their way back to a college football playoff?
So I am philosophically and logically opposed to this because I think you can't punish a team playing a 13th game when the other teams are only playing 12. So to me, once the committee after 12 games said USC is better than Ohio State, then that's it. This should be the field, because what we have this weekend is a weird year. You have 1 through 4 playing, you have 5 through 8 not playing. And so it's like saying you won the 100-yard, you won a marathon, but you now have to run a couple more miles. And if we don't like how you run those, we'll put the guy you beat in the marathon and he can sit here in a lounge chair and watch you run. It doesn't make just philosophically, this 13 game shouldn't matter, but there's not a lot of logic or philosophy when it comes to college football. So Could it happen? Absolutely. And I think, USC's got a tough game against Utah. I think USC can do it. I think TCU's on upset alert. Do they have enough? I mean, think about this irony of TCU. I think they should be in. I think all 4 of these should be in. But think about this. 2014, TCU is third going in the penultimate, the second to last thing. They go in the final week. They beat Iowa State 55-3, and they drop from third to sixth. They drop out of the playoff, and they're told it's because you didn't have a conference championship game and you didn't have a, quote, 13th data point. 8 years, and Ohio State jumps them. 8 years later, they could have a 13th data point, knock them out for Ohio State.
That's what we like to call irony in the business.
Right. So the Big 12 creates a championship game, so this doesn't happen again. And now TCU is at risk. If they were just playing 12, they couldn't drop. So my thing this weekend is no one can play their way in, and no one can. No one should be able to play their way out.
Dan Wetzel is with us, always has a nice view of college football from a national perspective. I'm interested, when you heard Hugh Freeze introduced as the Auburn head football coach, what was your thoughts seeing Hugh Freeze back in the SEC?
I mean, it felt inevitable, right? This is like the most Auburn of all Auburn things. Let's do another one of these, right? So last year, the Auburn boosters, some of them, tried to create a scandal around Brian Harsin, a personal scandal of some sort, right? And if we have this scandal, there's no way he could be the head coach at Auburn. The scandal is false, doesn't prove true, so he gets to keep coaching. They then fire him anyway, and then they hire a guy who has had personal scandal. Like, this is college football. Like, we were so outraged. You were outraged that he wasn't winning. Winning is the only thing that matters. I'm fine with it. I don't care. I know Auburn doesn't care. Sometimes Auburn and some of these schools want to pretend they care about anything other than winning. But they think Hugh Freeze is going to get this done, so they hire him. They don't care about all of his personal transgressions, his competitive transgressions, the way he treated players, the way he lied to players, all of that stuff. He doesn't care about the stories. That's fine. I would have hired Deion Sanders, but I'm not the AD at Auburn. We will see how Hugh Freeze does. He certainly has the right to coach in the SEC and coach wherever he can get a job, and now he's got one.
I don't. Dan Wetzel is with us. He's the national columnist at Yahoo Sports and a New York Times best-selling author. He's on Twitter at Dan Wetzel. If you would like to follow him there, great Christmas gift idea. He did a series of kids' books with some great athletes. Good idea for you parents looking to get your kids to read something they'll enjoy. Where do they find those, Dan? And what I don't have it in front. Great
Amazon.
Athletes.
We got Steph Curry. We've got Zion Williamson. We got Lionel Messi, if you're into soccer right now. Alex Morgan. We have Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Serena Williams, Simone Biles. Who else we got? LeBron.
No Aaron Hernandez.
Well, he did the documentary.
No Aaron Hernandez.
That's for the adults.
How to?
Yeah.
I was working on those simultaneously, those projects. The Aaron Hernandez documentary, and then like these uplifting stories about how Steph Curry overcame being small to make his high school team. Yeah, I was like, okay, what is going on?
Yeah. Epic Athletes, the name of the series, by the way. Good for your kids.
Thank you.
Killer Inside, the name of the Aaron Hernandez. Yeah, which is really good to watch too if you're an adult.
You can learn from what not to do.
Correct.
Right? You can learn what not to do.
So as we're talking, the college football playoff has announced that they are expanding beginning in 2024. They've officially announced it now as we're talking to you. Yeah. So it's going to be on site for the first round, but the second rounds they announced will be played in 2024. The quarters will be in Fiesta, Peach, Rose, and Sugar. Cotton and Orange have the semis, and Atlanta has the championship. Do you like the quarters being in these bowl games? I personally would prefer to see the first two rounds on campus.
Absolutely. I'd go all the way to the title game like the NFL does it.
On campus.
On campus. Make being the 2 seed. Here's the thing we're going to lose on this, right? Is something out of the regular season. And this will make the sport way more popular. More people will be into this. But the diehards, us, a lot of your listeners, like there was something, and we don't even know if it's true because, like you said, Ohio State can get back in, but there's something magical about Michigan beating Ohio State and not just beating them, but ending their season. Now, of course, it may not even be true. They may get in anyway, but we're going to lose that. If this is a 12-team playoff, Ohio State's getting, you have to make the seeding matter so much. And so what's the best thing they have? They have the bye. Right now, you're trying to get top 12. Then you're trying to get top 8 because you're going to host that first round. Then you try to get top 4 because you get a bye. Make it even more important to get in the top 4. I think, look, college football, the action on the field is half of it. The other half is the atmospheres, the campuses. How many people listening have gone on road trips just to see a stadium, just to see a thing? You watch these amazing, the Tennessee, the vision after Tennessee beats Alabama. Why would you ever give that up to go play in some antiseptic NFL stadium somewhere just because, well, like we said with the Rose Bowl, these guys, they've been our buddies for like decades. And like, imagine going to Roger Goodell and telling him, hey, the AFC Championship game needs to move to the Alamo Dome. Okay, not Kansas City, not New England. It's got to move the Alamo Dome. And the Alamo people, the San Antonio Tourism Board, they get half the money. What do you think, Roger? What do you think? Yeah. That's what these guys agreed to today. It's cronyism. It's ridiculous. It's coaches that are scared of playing on the road. They'd rather play every game neutral. It's all sorts of stuff. It's going to go away eventually, that thing. But the idea of games on campus, they're going to be so popular. I don't know what the let's say the field holds, and all of a sudden it's like, I don't know what the rankings are, but let's say Oregon is going to Penn State for a game, and you add that whole Penn State whiteout and the whole app. Incredible, right? That's what you want. You don't want to see this thing in a neutral site place. So put them on campus, make the regular season more, and celebrate what I think is the most unique, if not best, part of college football.
And weather. I mean, let's be honest. Alabama,
and brings weather in.
Alabama playing in Columbus or in Happy Valley in December is a factor.
Well, we had this deal when LSU went to Arkansas. They had chicken noodle soup chicken broth on the sideline. Yes. They were worried about how cold it was. And I mean, like the Wisconsin Badgers are like licking their chops, like, "Hey, come up here in about a month. Your chicken soup ain't gonna do you any good." Yeah, it changes that. It brings weather in. It can increase it just increases the importance of the regular season and creates better environment, and it's better for the fans. I mean, look, I know there's a lot of Alabama fans that'll travel wherever, but you're asking Bama fans to go 3 straight weekends right now, and in the future it'll be 4. You got to go to Atlanta this week. Then you're going to go to a quarterfinal somewhere, where whatever you come up with. Then you got to go to the semifinal somewhere, and then you got to go to the title game. How many fans realistically have that kind of money, the resources, and the time to go do that? And what about what one of these games would mean to Tuscaloosa's economy and Birmingham's economy? I mean, this would be the biggest sporting event in the history of the state. And it's hundreds of millions of dollars. Why are we giving it to Miami? They don't care about college football in Miami. They don't care in Glendale, Arizona about college football. I'd much rather that money and the fans in Alabama and Columbus, Ohio, and State College, Pennsylvania get those dollars.
So 2 new Big Ten coaches, Luke Fickell to Wisconsin, and you've got Matt Rule to Nebraska. Will either one of those guys have either one of those programs in this new college football playoff by 2030?
What year? 8 years? Yeah, I think so. I think they can. Luke Fickell's a heck of a hire for Wisconsin. I mean, he got Cincinnati in the playoff in a 4-team. Can he get Wisconsin in a 12? Yeah, I think so. He's a great coach and a great developer of talent and recruiting. He had 9 NFL draft picks last year at Cincinnati, 9, including like Sauce Gardner was not a highly recruited player out of Detroit. He's going to be the AFC Rookie of the Year, defensive, right? Kobe Bryant's playing very well in the NFL right now. So he can do great stuff, and I think Matt Rule can. And I think the thing with Nebraska is unleashing the NIL potential and corralling the power of that fan base. It's such an enormous fan base, and it's such an important thing in the state of Nebraska that they should be able to recruit a little better. That's always been their problem, is how do you get players to come to Nebraska? Well, giving them money, that doesn't hurt. That could help. So I certainly think Wisconsin, I think we looked in the past 8 years, Wisconsin would have hosted 3 playoff games. So I think, and that would be amazing. What a great place to watch a game. I think Luke Fickell certainly can do it.
All right, he is Dan Wetzel, national columnist, Yahoo Sports. Read him there. Follow him on Twitter at Dan Wetzel. And great Christmas idea for the kids in your life, the Epic Athlete Series. Great stories about great athletes in the world of sports, male, female, across all genders, everything. So take a look at that. Dan, we appreciate the time, man. Great talking with you as always.
Thanks, guys. Always fun.
All right, buddy. Take care. Dan Wetzel
Merry
with
Christmas.
us. You too on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right. Developing news. We'll update you on that and tell you and talk to Bruce Feldman in a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
They are clearing out their store, Dunaway. The end of the year sale to make room for the 23 stuff means the 22 stuff. Select items up to 30 to 50% off. 30 to 50% off. Select items right now until the end of the year. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242, I-65 in Pelham. Online, NicholsOutfitters.com.
All right, so the official announcement has come from the college football playoff. This is no longer a projection. This is no longer a dream. In the middle of our conversation with Dan Wetzel, and you got real-time reaction from Dan right there, a national college football columnist, on his reaction to what Brown told us. And again, repeating what Bill Hancock, and as the executive director in the College Football Playoff Committee, is saying today, we're delighted to be moving forward. So 2024-2025, the 24 season, we get an expanded 12-team college football playoff. The big takeaway, again, is what Brown told you. Brown, repeat that again. So on-campus first round.
Correct.
Then the final 8 will start in a bowl series, final 4 in a bowl series, championship at another bowl.
I'm just looking at the dates real quick. So the first playoff will be the 2024 season, right? So we got one more season of our current system.
That's right.
Well, the milkman was asking that. One more season of our current system. So at the end of the 2024 season, Saturday, December 21st of 2024 will be the first ever on-campus first round.
Wow, so we'll play conference championship and then not play again until the few
but that's
days
only
before
1
Christmas.
week. That's only 1 week. So conference championships, I'm looking at it right now if I've got the right year. Yeah. So conference championships will be the 7th of December. The 14th will be Army-Navy. And then the 21st is semifinals.
Okay.
So this is actually really cool for us. I mean, meaningful football keeps going.
But that's 4 days before Christmas. Okay.
That is 4 days before Christmas, yes. No announcement on the dates of the quarters yet. I'm assuming somewhere around New Year's Day. But that would be a 2-week layoff. That may be tough. I don't know. But the semis, the quarters that year will be Fiesta, Peach, Rose, Sugar. The semis have not been announced date-wise, but it's Cotton Orange.
But see, that sets up, like I had hoped for, those 4 games could all be New Year's Day.
Could be, yep.
Could all be New Year's Day.
God, why can't we start this next year?
I know.
But that could be the quarters all on New Year's Day, which would be fantastic.
That'd be incredible.
Title game for the first ever expanded playoff will be January 20th of 2025, 2024 champion, but 25, obviously, is when the game is played in Atlanta.
Is that a Monday, I guess?
That is a Monday night, January 20th.
Their fear has always been the playoffs of the NFL going deeper into it.
Yep.
But we're apparently not shying away. We're going New Year's Day or around there, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day for the quarterfinals. And then moving forward. So we'll break this down a little bit more, but that is interesting news here on what we're doing. Bruce Feldman coming up in the next segment, yes.
That is a holiday, too. That is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So they will play the national championship game on Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So it's at least a day off work that day.
All right, so we continue with that conversation. Bruce Feldman's next. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap, and then we'll get to Bruce on the other side, who will react in real time to what we're learning today, a historic day in college football.
Hey, leaves continue to fall. The last thing you want to do this weekend is get that dangerous ladder out. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. Keep the debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Our good friend Chris Stewart, 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Call him today, 205-823-2212. Stay off the dangerous ladders forever right now. They've got an end-of-the-year special. Call him to ask him about that, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Bruce Feldman in just a second. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. I just finished one of my protein snacks that I have during the show. It helps me control my blood pressure, cholesterol levels. Helps you can lose some weight as well. Find out what Leslie and her board-certified team can do for you today. Just go to their website, aplanforme.com, and that'll get you to Way to Wellness. There's no contract, no sign-up fees, and there's no money out of pocket. Your first consultation is free. Leslie, her board-certified team, aplanforme.com, Way to Wellness.
All right, Bruce Feldman is with Fox Sports. I mean, when Dan Wetzel and Bruce Feldman said they would come on at 10 and 10:25, little did I know the entire college football world would change during that window, but it has done that. Welcome in, Bruce. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Good to be on with you guys.
Yeah, always good to have you.
I wish Bruce would have said, "Guys, I just woke up. What happened?"
Yeah, what happened? Bruce, I don't know if you know this. We're going to have an expanded playoff. I mean, congratulations.
I've heard that. The long-awaited thing finally is now a reality. It's obviously official. They announced it this morning. The Rose Bowl, I don't want to say finally came to its senses, but, like, I think the sport finally, it just, for so long it didn't make sense that this would be a stumbling block for a time slot and for tradition. It just, I think this is a good thing ultimately. I think there'll be more interest in the sport, but you're going to get people who probably nitpick on different sides of this, of issues that they think probably won't be as good going forward. But, people want to change, they're getting change.
Yeah, but the Rose Bowl was in a corner. I mean, what was their other option?
I mean, look, it's similar to the league that it's footprinted in, the Pac-12. Sometimes progress isn't always a good thing for all the people involved, and you cannot have your fist clenched to something for so long that it just kind of, I don't want to say everything inside it dies, but it's just a little shaky.
It seems, Bruce, that we're going to play the quarterfinal games, those 4 games, and the bowl games per the announcement, and it looks like it'll be around January 1st. In your dealings along the way, has there ever been talked about how that would be stacked? Are we looking at maybe 2 games on New Year's Eve and then 2 on New Year's Day, and one of those being the Rose Bowl and the other being another bowl after them, to where they hold on to part of their tradition?
Yeah, I think the tricky part on some of this is going to be they did not want to go up against the NFL TV-wise. There's going to be some times where I think that could happen in the playoff, and I think that's going to be, look, the college football playoff numbers will be good. NFL play, we see the numbers of NFL TV are insanely high. So I think that's, one of the things that I think maybe is an unintended consequence of this. But, what's crazy a little bit to me is you look at the date of the first national title game, in this format, it's going to be January 20th. 2025. That's, that feels really late for a college football season. But look, I mean, that's what it's taken if you're going to have that many teams involved in the playoff, I guess.
Well, I can tell you this, and Bruce Feldman is with us, Fox Sports and The Athletic, at Bruce Feldman CFB on Twitter. You can well imagine that a lot of fans in our audience have very strong feelings about when that game is played, Bruce. They've had to go to a lot of them. Humble brag for our audience. But They don't like that Monday night game. They do not. I mean, that was the reaction we got when we just read the release that they're sticking with the Monday night game. A lot of people are upset, but that they are hard and fast stuck on that Monday night finish, aren't they?
They are. Again, this is kind of goes back to what I just said with the, they do not want to go up against the NFL. And the workaround is just, I think they feel like they have started kind of a tradition here. I'm not a huge fan of the Monday night game either. But this is what they want. TV, you get this ridiculous show that they put on every Tuesday night for like 2 months, and it's all part of, ESPN is paying a fortune for this, and this is one of the things that they want for their investment in it.
I'm interested, as a guy who's you talked about letting go of some nostalgic stuff as well. One of the big stumbling blocks to even going to 4 back in the day was we may lose something in the regular season. We're sitting here in a footprint where it doesn't look like Alabama's going to be in this year with 2 losses, but they would be easily in with a 12-team playoff. Are you one of the people that are concerned about what this does to the regular season, or does it make the regular season more exciting in some ways?
I think it could in some ways, because you get other games that would be more meaningful. Like, I would use the example of, the best regular season game, the most interesting regular season game I've been to in years happened just this past weekend in Columbus, Ohio. I think, there's a decent chance, not a great chance, but a decent chance Ohio State can still be in the playoff. But to me, that didn't make the game that, it make it insignificant that Michigan did what they did to them where they did it. I think, it's gonna matter to some degree. Yeah, you can still make a playoff. You maybe will have a much harder path to get to the championship game though as you're further down. So I I think that's kind of overblown. You know, I think I saw one of my colleagues at Fox Sports had tweeted this morning, well, that means Michigan Ohio State is not going to mean as much a year from now or whatever. And I don't know. I don't really think it's like that. I just think that the other games are going to be more significant going forward, and it's probably cast a wider net.
Looking forward to this weekend. The most significant conference championship game is tomorrow night, Pac-12 in Vegas, Utah, USC. Are you surprised? I don't think anybody's surprised that Lincoln Riley was going to have success at SC, but how surprised are you they're sitting in a situation one game away from the college football playoff in year one?
Surprised, but not shocked. I thought their offense would be amazing. It has been. The part that I thought, like, their defense is not, like, this is no 85 Bears or anything like that. Let's not say that. But they were the worst defense USC had ever seen last year in its history. Now, they're still not that good. They're still not really even good at all. But they do get a lot of turnovers, and that's been enough for them to be a 11 and probably 12-1 team as opposed to maybe a 9-3 kind of team. I go back to their game 2 weeks ago against UCLA. UCLA has the ball late. They have a chance to win the game in the last minute and a half, and their best player, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, throws a pick to a linebacker, edge rusher, Corey Foreman, who really hadn't made hardly any plays since he was a 5-star guy. But he comes up with a big turnover, big interception in the game. And to me, that kind of epitomizes a little bit of USC's season, where you've had a bunch of guys who on defense really hadn't done a whole heck of a lot, but occasionally they're making big plays. And that's enough for them because their offense is so good and so explosive with Caleb Williams that's why I think they're going to be a playoff team. And by the way, I think they're going to be a dangerous number 4 team. I assume they'll play Georgia. And Georgia's more talented than them on both sides of the ball, and they're more physical. But I think, and we'll see if it actually happens, but I think that will be a headache for the defensive staff at Georgia to deal with, that quarterback and those receivers.
Yeah, well, one of the best playoff games of all time was Lincoln Riley, Oklahoma, and Georgia out in the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. Yeah, so it'd be a lot like that one, I would imagine.
Caleb is more talented than Baker is. Baker was really good, obviously. Caleb Williams is a different kind of problem because he's way more elusive, and I actually think he throws it even better.
Yeah, Baker's a better actor, though. I love his movies. His commercials. Bruce Feldman is with us. One other question about a championship game this weekend. TCU's unbeaten. Do you feel like win or lose, they're in, having to play this extra game when everybody else who's outside right now of the rankings don't play this weekend, or do you feel like they are in a must-win situation?
No, I think they're in. Now, if they get blown out, that might be a different story. But if they lose and it's within 2 touchdowns, this is a team they've beaten already in the season. They're undefeated. No, I mean, I don't think anybody else who's a one-loss team who would have similar, but maybe would have one less win than them has a better resume. Ohio State is the next team in or next team out, and they are 11-1. They have a really good win at Penn State over a top 8 team, but they also got blown out in the second half, the last time out. So I think TCU's in, but TCU would then end up being the number 4 team, and I don't think TCU matches up well with Georgia.
A few more moments with Bruce Feldman at Bruce Feldman CFB on Twitter. He's with Fox Sports and The Athletic. I do want to ask you about a new coach to our city. UAB has hired Trent Dilfer. A lot of people label that as UAB hires a high school coach. You made the point the other day, Bruce. This guy was basically ended up running Elite 11. He's more than just a quote-unquote high school coach.
Yeah, he is. Obviously, he had played a long time in the NFL, but when he took over the Elite 11, it was about 10 years ago, and he had high-level coaches that he brought in. He was hands-on with the players. He really got way more invested in that space, and I think this is a very interesting hire because Trent is a really, really smart guy. I think he has a lot of ideas, and I think he'll bring together a good staff. I mean, if you told me Trent was getting a job in the SEC, I'd be like, ooh, that's a big, big jump. But Trent's done a really good job at turning a high school program, private high school, basically ran it almost like it's a college football program. I think he's ready to do this. I think this will be a good hire. I could be proven wrong, but having been around Trent a lot, I think he will get players there, and I think he will win a lot of games.
All right, he is Bruce Feldman, at Bruce Feldman CFB on Twitter, Fox Sports, The Athletic as well. Bruce, thank you very much for the time. It is always fun talking with you.
Always a pleasure, guys. Enjoy the games this weekend.
All right, buddy. You too, Bruce, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And don't forget, our friends at the Pan Store want you to look fantastic, not just right now, but also in 2024 for the playoffs. They'll be around with 7 great locations. Who knows? By then, they may have 14 locations. But they got 7 right now, the Pan Store does. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and Auburn. You can find them anywhere in America as you watch us today. Panstore.com, Panstore.com. And some of the great military folks who are watching us across seas today as we look at our YouTube numbers. Thank you for watching us. Thank you for your service. And if you want some memories of home and Alabama, Auburn, or UAB gear, Panstore.com, Panstore.com for you as well. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Meg, Johnny O, and Gentile. Also the great women's fashion as well. It's all at the Pan Store. 7 locations, Panstore.com, and follow them on social media at the Pan Store. Wonderful folks right there. Perfect for Christmas gifts coming up this year. It is interesting that as we get national views of things, the reaction to Hugh Freeze's hire and Trent Dilfer's hire, but also to their feelings about TCU. I don't think any of us think if TCU lose, they belong in the playoff. It seems like the more national folks we talk to, they feel like TCU should be punished about having to play this weekend.
I mean, outside of Iowa State this past weekend, which they blew out, and Iowa State's had a terrible year based on the last 3 or 4 years under Matt Campbell, they just had a run of 7 games where they won by 10 or less. Look, they won the games. I get it. But you talk about game control, which they didn't have a lot of game control in those games. I really don't know how good the Big 12 is this year. TCU is deserving of getting in right now. And maybe even if they lose by a possession, because as he said, they've already beaten Kansas State. But if they lose by 14-plus points, and again, they were down 18 at half to Kansas State. Kansas State doesn't get Will Howard hurt. They go on and win that game, and this is probably not even a conversation we're having. But if they lose by 14-plus, I don't know how they get in.
Is Chris Kleiman the best coach in America that nobody would recognize at the Birmingham airport?
I don't know how many people just recognize him, his name, and where he coaches and the job he does. He is such a good coach because when you say they lost Will Howard in that game, they'd already lost Adrian Martinez.
Yep. They were down to the third team.
It was their third-string quarterback they went to.
I mean, if you just went headsets, who's got the headset advantage in this game?
Oh, I think it's Chris Kleiman.
I do too,
Yeah.
and we're talking about a guy that's got TCU about to play in the college football playoffs.
The guy who will win National Coach of the Year.
Yeah, but
Lincoln Riley.
But I'm telling you, I think Chris Kleiman's the better of the 2 coaches, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah. It's a fun weekend ahead, and it starts tomorrow night, of course, with USC and Utah in the game that directly impacts. Nobody thinks USC's in if they lose. Ohio State will slide in nicely. So it's a must-win for the Trojans happening tomorrow night. Always a must for you if you got heating, plumbing, or cooling problems. Our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster could strike at any moment. It's happened to the majority of us within the year. The first call we made was our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill. The ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
What does Sonny Dykes say about this game coming up this weekend? And later in the show as well, all of a sudden, Alabama players are getting pushed around by their coach and or teammates about Alabama's legacy in college football compared to other teams. We'll get into that as well as we continue right here on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Our friends at New Life Art brings us rock stars. Viewing menu every week. New Life Art. LT will tell you about them in just a second. But Rockstar, what are you watching tonight, man?
7 p.m. tonight on NBC, you got Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas.
An American treasure she is, Rockstar.
It's a country western singer on a trip through the Tennessee mountains, runs into a reclusive backwoodsman, which looks like Dunaway right now, and a witch. That may not draw you in.
Right.
What if I tell you the cast?
Oh, shoot.
Miley Cyrus.
Oh, okay. I'm a fan.
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Hard pass.
Dolly Parton.
I like Dolly.
I like Dolly.
Here's the clincher. The reason I want to watch it because he's amazing. Jimmy Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon. A little miscast, it feels like.
The other, I don't know when it was, but it came across my TikTok the other day.
Hey, when you go out to chop your wood today, will you put an axe into Jimmy Fallon?
I don't know. When you clean up sinus problems today, will you let us know?
Not only had the gun loaded, he knew something was coming.
I can't take credit for that. That's from the Vulcan Tire Automotive chat room earlier. Anyway,
Hey, by the way, my ghost
It matches very well.
It's camouflage.
Well done.
You have a can there? Ghost Energy drinks.
And
hold on, real quick on Dolly Parton. She was on Jimmy Fallon. May have been this year, may have been 7 years ago. I don't know when it was, but it was talking about her husband. Do you know her husband's name?
No, I know. But they've been together for forever.
Yeah.
They were collaborating. Dolly was with Jennifer Aniston, and Jimmy was like, "Oh, Jennifer Aniston. How'd you become friends?" "Well, yeah, I met her. My husband's always been a big fan of hers." And in the clip, she goes, "I've always thought he wants to have a threesome." And she says this on the air, and Fallon loses it, of course.
Really?
And then Dolly then makes a joke about him not ever rising to the occasion with her anymore. How does he think he's going to do it in that situation either? I thought it was
Just give me that chance, Dolly.
hilarious
Just give me
moment,
that
Dolly.
chance.
Boy, nice shot. I was watching the
Little blue for Dolly, by the way.
the very first of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees on HBO.
I DVR'd it to see Dolly's part. Have you seen it?
No, so they start off with Duran Duran,
And they were good though.
Oh yeah, I love Duran Duran.
I know you do.
So watch Duran Duran, and it was just funny watching Dolly in the crowd dancing to Duran Duran.
Well, she's got to be 80 now. She's like 76.
Yeah. She was 75 when we did a story, Trash on the Table, a few years ago where she was going to pose. So I would say she's 78 now.
I mean, you believe that rumor that she brought the rumor because somebody said, "Why do you always wear long sleeves?" She said, "To cover all my tattoos," because you never see her in anything but long sleeves.
Right.
No, I think it's just a rumor. I would guess. I don't know. The Duran Duran, they can't hit the notes anymore. Not all the notes.
Simon Le Bon's still pretty
He's
good
still
for
pretty
a guy
good.
that's about 58,
That's what I was going to
60.
say. For their age, they still do a pretty good show. Or at least this, 4 or 5 songs they did there.
Yeah, I always love that event. I have not watched it yet. I did try to watch Springsteen and Stern last night.
Try?
I made it about 15 minutes, maybe.
Well, that's good. I have no interest.
Yeah, zero desire.
I have never been more bothered by Stern. He talked the entire interview.
That's what he does.
He get used to it. He interrupts you so much. You'll get a guest that has a great answer. He's going off on a tangent, then Stern will just interrupt him, like, go back to your relationship with your father. It's like, well, I just had a good story.
Yeah, but Stern, for a time was,
he really
if not the best interviewer out there.
It's like the first 15 minutes, he knew the answer he wanted. Like all these Grammys for yours. Where do you keep them? In a box in the garage or something? Because they don't mean anything to you, do you? Well, I'd like to have won Best Album. Yeah, but they don't mean anything to you. He wanted him to say, hey, these awards don't mean anything to me.
And this new thing he does, so he had Paul McCartney on, and versus Robert Plant, kind of like, are you going to let me finish? Like, he had Robert Plant on. So what he would do is, Robert, do you remember this? And he'd start playing Ramble On. And he'd play the first 3 bars, and they're like, what are you thinking when you think of this song? And then, like, he'd start talking, like, wait. Stairway to Heaven, what do you think about this? And it's Stairway to Heaven, he's just like, let me talk. And he wouldn't let him talk. So that's just what frustrates me. He gets amazing interviews, but he can't get a lot out of them. And then finally, 9 p.m. on HBO tonight. Are you guys Richard Branson fans from Virgin Atlantic?
I'm not a fan, not a hater, don't really care.
Yeah.
Would you watch come on, Sean, you can do it. Would you watch a documentary about him?
Maybe.
How long is it?
What if I told you it's a 4-part documentary?
Hard pass. Yeah, he can't be that interesting.
Looking at the life and career of Virgin founder Richard Branson.
Yeah, I might do an hour. Yeah.
Well, you got 4 of them, so
yeah, I'm gonna pass.
And there's not much on tonight.
That's
so
what Rockstar
come
is
to
watching.
Soho Social.
Brought to you by our friends at New Life.
Of course.
Yeah, and right now you get that free Iron Bowl Gold Open Edition book with any $20 purchase. This is a great Christmas present. It's as simple as just going online, go to danielmooreart.com right now, and any $20 purchase. Iron Bowl Gold relives the 41 years of the traditional Iron Bowl at Birmingham's historic Legion Field. Each game depicted in an original watercolor painting by sports artist Daniel A. Moore, documented through articles from the Birmingham News, described by commentary from legendary sportscaster Keith Jackson. No code is needed. The free gift will automatically appear in your shopping cart when $20 has been added. Again, this is all from our friends at New Life Art. Publishers of fine art editions. Go to danielmooreart.com for more information.
So details about the new 12-team playoff just continue to kind of drip out. Brett McMurphy has another one. The top 4 ranked conference champions will be the ones getting the byes. You know who that means will never get a bye?
The group of 5.
Or Notre Dame.
Or Notre Dame. But that was expected, right?
Yeah.
We already knew that there was going to be the top 4 conference champions. That's why you see sometimes earlier in the year when Forrester would show us the 12-team playoff, sometimes it would look, well, why is that team – why is, when do we have 2 SEC teams in the top 4? One would be out. We were like, well, only the conference champions will be there.
That's right. So conference champions get the byes. That means Notre Dame will never get a first-round bye.
Yep. For the time being, that is right, until they
join a conference.
Come up with a new rule, right?
You say regular season doesn't matter, and I do agree that if we played these games on campus all the way up until the championship game, it would be much more important. But go back to last weekend with LSU completely shitting the bed against A&M. SEC would have had 4 teams in this 12 team.
Oh, yeah.
It matters when you get knocked out. But what we've always been concerned about is every week was do or die. That was LSU with 2 losses getting eliminated. So that mattered. But Alabama is easily in and hosting now with 2 losses. So the Tennessee loss and then the LSU loss do not feel the same way. You know what I'm saying?
I get it, but if Alabama would have lost one of those games to A&M or Texas, they're out.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying there's no way you cannot be out. I'm just saying now you feel like if you're one of the elite teams going into the season, you've got at least 1, if not 2 losses you can handle throughout the year. And that's different than, like they were saying, Ohio State, 1 loss this last weekend to a really good Michigan team. If TCU and USC both wins, knock them out of the playoffs. You can't recreate that drama except in the playoffs itself. And a lot of people felt like college football throughout the years had a little bit of drama, playoff-like drama, even in week 1 back in the day. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy Drink. LT's drinking one right now. What were you about to say?
No, I was just going to say, I think, though, that we would all rather have the 12-team playoff than the potential drama.
If I do
lose
that drama, I will sacrifice it for a 12-team playoff. I agree completely.
And Dunaway, I will give you credit. You were right on one thing.
What's that?
Citrus is the best flavor,
it is.
in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. Love it.
You got something right this year.
You know what that deserves?
I can't give you credit, and you can't just take it.
Oh, I do appreciate it, but you gave me a caveat.
Right.
You got one thing right this year.
Wasn't a caveat. I
We're
said
in December.
For sure, you got one thing right.
You didn't say
you
for
got
sure.
more stuff right.
You got me firewood for the rest of the month.
Yeah. I mean, how much wood could Jim chuck? I mean, seriously.
How much wood could a Jim?
Yeah. All right. The stuff I teased we can't get to in this segment. We'll get to it later on in the show. Part of it being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power.
They want to remind you that paying your power bill is just as easy as some of the things you pay with, say, Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. Alabama Power uses all those. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started.
So when we come back on the next round, Sonny Dykes on just what the mindset is for this TCU team in this championship weekend. Plus, we'll look at the SEC championship and our Dr. Pepper SEC preview. That and a lot more coming up in the next hour of the show right here. Nate Oates still to come at 12 Central, only on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Man, thank you so much to Ghost Energy Drinks and our friends at Bud Light Adams Beverage. We'll be at Soho Social tonight on this wonderful Thursday night to kick off the football weekend, 5 to 7 Central. If you're in the area, come hang out with us downtown Homewood. Wonderful place to eat and drink, Soho Social. So go and support those folks year-round, but we'll be there tonight with our friends at Bud Light Adams Beverages. Also, thank you to the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Always a fun Saturday and Sunday out at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino with a lot of fun sports games you can play there, bringing you part of the show. Also, this hour, always our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken. More on them in a second. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester. Lunsford's off today because he was down at the not the national championship, Jim, just the state championship game for Thompson. My old school won their 4th straight game. This is 8th grade quarterback.
I mean, my gosh.
Blows me away.
Trent Seaborn, an 8th grade quarterback who threw how many touchdowns last night?
5 touchdowns. He did throw a pick, but 5 touchdowns last night.
He did throw a pick. 5 touchdowns last night as Thompson beat Auburn to win their 4th consecutive 7A state championship in front of a great crowd at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Do we know the age on the kid and how big he is?
I think he's 14. I don't know his size.
Well, you know,
I'll text Lunsford and find out.
Yeah, I would just assume if he's 14, the guy's not fully developed. And I mean, for him to be able to not only play at that level, but you think about, hand size is important for a quarterback. Don't tell that to Kenny Pickett.
Right.
But
I think he's doing fine with those small hands right now, by the way.
He is. But when this kid really develops physically,
Yep.
I mean, would you offer him right now?
Well, yeah, I would offer him right now in a heartbeat.
I think I would, too.
I think he comes from California. Turn Forrester's mic on, back row Forrester. Hey, Scott, the eighth grader there, in you saw the video, that deep pass, that deep ball that he threw, a couple of those touchdowns. I mean, that's a very elite college-like throw, right? That deep ball looked really good to my eyes.
Yeah, especially for a kid that age, he throws a nice ball.
Yeah. Rusty says 5'11", 180. Scott, I don't think you've seen him in person, but does that sound about right? 5'11", 180, you think?
That seems about right.
I don't know why I'm asking Scott. I literally said I don't think you've seen him in person.
That's about Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Patrick says that's the worst Auburn's looked in Jordan-Hare Stadium all season long. I don't know about that. I was at the Penn State game.
Well, that's the best quarterback they've had in Jordan-Hare all year.
So that's...
Wow.
That's all right, so now, Robbie, this is a literal curveball. Says he already throws 90 miles per hour. He plays baseball, too. Hey, listen.
Oh, no.
If he's that age throwing 90 miles an hour, go make that money, son.
Baseball's easy money.
Yep, go make that money right now.
Yeah. You know, baseball's gotten difficult. I was having a conversation with one of our friends yesterday whose son plays, and, you know, the draft's gone from 40 rounds to 20 rounds. And with transfer portal, I mean, you're talking about everybody that is good from any JUCO, any mid-major, they are getting handpicked, and especially pitchers, just getting loaded up on.
Interesting. Rohan says Freeman at Thompson's the best recruiter in the state. That's saying a lot with Saban in the state.
That may not be wrong, though.
Yeah.
That kid's from California, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know
Bob says Freeman would be a great addition to the Blazers coaching staff.
Now, how do you find a seventh-grade quarterback?
That's a great question. Yeah. You said he's still got some growth, and he may. You know, I quit growing like in 8th grade. I'm 6'1". I was 6'1" in 8th grade. That was it. So you just never know with these kids.
Yeah, I stopped growing at 15, but, you know, if he's 14, that was a big – I mean, some kids don't start growing until they're 18.
I stopped growing upward as a junior. I still
just
grow
out now.
Yeah, all the time. Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com, Highway 119, right there in Alabaster. Proud supporter Champy's Chicken is of Thompson football down there. So go by and see, celebrate with Sterling and the crew today for lunch or dinner. Anytime it's champy'schicken.com. You're home for those great Southern fried chicken plates, all the wonderful sides, the po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta tamales. Thank you to Champy's Chicken. They've been with us since day one here at the Next Round. College football happening this weekend. Rockstar, let's start with cut number 15. Sonny Dykes is the head coach of TCU. Seriously, national coach of the year, him or Lincoln Riley, that's who it's down to, right?
Well, it's got to be Sonny Dykes. I mean, because they're both in year one, and there was an expectation for USC that if things broke right, USC could win the Pac-12 and maybe be one of these fringe college football playoff teams. TCU was picked 7th preseason in the Big 12. So it completely blows me away what Sonny Dykes has been able to do with TCU.
Here is Sonny Dykes, courtesy of WFAA out there in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, your news leader, on trying not to get caught up in the fact that if we lose, we're not going to make the college football playoffs maybe.
As a coach, you've got to do a really good job of just staying in the moment, not looking back and reflecting too much on what happened, and certainly not feeling too good about the success you've had, but at the same time, not thinking about all the other stuff that's out there. I think you just have to say, look, we got to have a good practice today. Let's focus all of our attention on that. And I think if you can manage to do that as a coach, then I think you set the tempo for the program, and the players do that. And never one time in a staff meeting have we talked about the Big 12 championship game. You know, this is just another game for us. Never one time have we talked about college football playoff, the rankings, the Big 12 standings, and we just haven't done that. You know, for us it's been, you know, let's really evaluate our practice today, let's correct what we need to correct, and let's have a better practice tomorrow. And so I think when you approach things that way, it's, I know from you know, me personally, it's not as overwhelming.
When coaches say that, I mean, even Nick Saban says a version of that sometimes. And I don't doubt Sonny approaches it that way, but do you really, truly believe the players approach it that way? And even when Nick says it, I believe Nick approaches it that way. I assume most of his staff approaches it that way, but I never once dreamed the players think of it that way. Do you?
Well, they're not dumb. I mean, they know this game is being played at Jerry World. Their home stadium is Amon G. Carter Stadium in Fort Worth.
20 minutes away.
20 minutes away. Or Bill Snyder Family Stadium in Manhattan. they're not playing at one of those two places. There's a reason, right? They're not dumb. I mean, it's the Big 12 championship game. I guess what he's saying there is, why approach it any different than another game? The Big 12, it being the Big 12 championship game, shouldn't affect how you play against Kansas State, right? You should play. I mean, I don't want to sound like Nick Saban here, but you should have a personal standard you play to, whether it's Western Carolina or the Big 12 championship.
And I understand that, but I don't think it's natural. I don't think
it's not natural.
People do that as much as we say they do that.
That's why Alabama's 10-2 right now.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting is who was it that brought up TCU kind of reminds them of 2010 Auburn? How
I did earlier in the year because their defense and their offense are making big plays all the time, but their defense seems to, when they have to in the second half, just makes the play that saves the game.
Yeah, well, so you brought it up earlier this year. Somebody brought it up yesterday, one of our guests. I forgot who it was. Anyway, credit to you and credit to the guest yesterday. But, the difference is Auburn started to win games where they were actually pulling away. And they really started to dominate some of those games. TCU, I just don't know how they're winning some of these games. I mean, that Baylor game.
It's remarkable they won that game.
Yeah, it's remarkable they won Kansas State. It's remarkable they won Oklahoma State. And sooner or later, this is going to catch up. And I say that. We all say it. There's only one more week this Saturday where it can catch up.
That's right. And then they were off to the playoffs. So that's something to keep in. And some people think they're in regardless.
I don't think it's
I just don't.
I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility.
No.
I think a close loss, especially if USC loses. I mean, if USC loses tomorrow night.
Now, let me ask you guys this. The committee says we don't look back on past history. But, again, they were number 3 in 2014, and they got leapt by Ohio State because they looked so good in the Big Ten championship game.
Yeah.
Is there any chance if they lose that the committee thinks about, man, we cannot do this again to TCU?
I don't know. I mean,
different people now. There's not one person in that room that was there then, by the way.
But if you were on that committee, would you not be thinking it?
I mean, because I had not even thought about that until Dan Wetzel brought it up earlier. The irony of the fact they didn't get in because they didn't have a conference championship game.
Yeah, that 13th data point.
So now they go out and they get a conference championship game, and it could literally be what keeps them out of it. I mean, that's remarkable irony. It really is.
Yeah, that is all very interesting. We do understand the college football playoff is a big story. We will get back to developing stories on that. Tidbits keep unraveling, but we do have a college football expanded playoff happening in 2024. That is official now, and some of the nuances of that is coming out, including when some of the games will be played, and it's all very exciting. We've given that to you a couple of times already in the show. We will get back to that momentarily, but right now it is time for our Dr. Pepper SEC preview, brought to you by the wonderful folks at Dr. Pepper, always the great taste of SEC championship football. Rockstar, if you'll start things off with cut number 2 for me. Brian Kelly is the head coach. Now, what Brian Kelly has done in year 1 at LSU has really amazed everybody. Now, it got watered down a little bit with the loss of Texas A&M because they go into this game not only underdogs by 18.5, but they also go into this game without a chance to go to the college football playoffs, even if they win an SEC championship. But here's Brian Kelly on what being in this game in year 1 actually means to him in this program.
Well, I mean, I think it's like anything else.
Coach, what would it mean to win the SEC championship, regarded as the top conference in America, especially after what you inherited and the situation you were in a year ago?
Yeah, I think it would be obviously something that we would all feel great about in our first year here at LSU. But I think, overall, it's hard to win SEC championships. It's so hard. I mean, there's so many good teams. We've just talked about how you have to play week to week in the regular season. But to get there and then win it all, it's that's why somebody asked me yesterday about do you think that if they expand the playoffs that an SEC championship would be devalued? And I said, absolutely not. You don't know what you have to go through to actually get here. And that's why I think it would never be devalued, and it would be such a huge thing for this football program.
So our Dr. Pepper SEC championship update, I mean, I know they got 3 losses, 2 in league and 1 to the ACC Florida State team that's on the upturn. But still, it's an amazing accomplishment just to be in this game Saturday.
from where they were week one, and we didn't realize how good Florida State was going to be because, if we had a 12-team playoff, Florida State would have an opportunity still to get in that 12-team playoff, depending on things that happen in front of them. But, one of my real good friends is an LSU guy. You guys know him well. And I talked to him even after the loss. He's like, I'm just excited to know that we've got a championship caliber coach. And with this program, you've seen other coaches like Les Miles and Ed Orgeron win championships. So LSU is fully invested in this guy. He's going to, I think as soon as I said Nick Saban's going to be in this 12-team playoff every year, I think LSU will be in it at least every other year.
And you think Kirby Smart will be in it every year?
Yep.
We got a lot of SEC. I mean, I don't disagree with you. Though,
I would put the SEC over/under on average at 3.5.
Yeah,
in this thing.
And I think they'll be right in the mix more often than not. I would agree with you.
Yeah, I think in a 12-team playoff, it is my belief. I don't like when I say I think. It is my belief that you have 3 Big Ten, 3 SEC every year in this.
Yeah.
And then sometimes maybe a fourth.
Let me ask you what's going to be harder because, being a Rams fan and watching every one of those playoff games outside of Arizona in the first round and the wild card round, but against your Tampa Bay Bucks, against San Francisco, against Cincinnati, just grinding for 60 minutes, having to come back and win those games on final plays on one possession. Winning a Super Bowl is so difficult, but now with a 12-team playoff and now with the parity we're getting in college football, what's going to be more difficult, winning a college football national championship or a Super Bowl?
Well, just think about Georgia. They're about to go play LSU in an SEC championship game.
A game that really doesn't matter except for the future seeding.
Yeah, in theory, yeah. They get a week off, and then they go neutral site, neutral site, neutral site. There's 3 neutral site games. The thing about the Super Bowl is, like, say, Cincinnati last year. Help me remember this. Cincinnati had to go to Tennessee, where was their second round game?
They hosted the Raiders.
Okay.
Yep. Then they
went to Tennessee and won, and then went to Kansas City and won.
To Kansas City.
Field goal, walk off, walk off.
Yeah. So, I'd rather do Georgia's path. That's 4 neutral site games I gave you, one of which doesn't hold a live or die. The other 3 do.
But I'll tell you, man, that college football was really predictable up until this year.
Yeah.
You could say, hey, look, man, I will tell you 3 of the 4 teams that will be in the college football playoff, and 3 of those fixtures are going to be out more than likely this year. And now with this 12-team expansion, I think it gets more and more difficult.
It does, but because of recruiting, signing day coming up soon, we'll start next year off with people saying Georgia, Ohio State, probably Alabama. And then who's going to be the 4th team?
USC.
Yeah. That's where we'll start next year, right?
Yep.
And then everyone else will have to prove us different. Kirby Smart is the king of the hill right now, defending national champion. And part of our Dr. Pepper SEC championship preview, Kirby talking about the mailman, the guy who brought the national championship to Athens last year, the head of the team, Stetson Bennett. And now, are they asking Stetson to do more this year? Here's Kirby.
I think he's played well. I think he's done what we've asked him to do. I think he continues to do that. Then we'll be successful because what we've asked him to do, he's done. He has played some formidable, good opponents, and he's played really well against those teams. He's had a couple of decisions I think he would like to have back, but he's also made some really, really spectacular plays. So sometimes when you put a lot on a player, you may get some of that. You may get a mistake. You may get something he wishes he had back, but he also has some really incredible plays.
That's Kirby Smart, and that is our Dr. Pepper SEC preview there.
He and Stetson Bennett, obviously the experience at moments plays like an elite quarterback. When you look at the numbers this year, they're not great. They are game manager numbers. He's only got 16 touchdowns on the entire season. There were 4 games where he had 0 touchdowns.
Yeah, 6 picks too. 16-6 is not a great touchdown interception ratio. Now they obviously run the ball well and play great defense, but it feels like in a lot of ways Stetson Bennett reverted back to being a game manager this year.
I still don't know how their offense is as efficient as it is. When you look at Brock Bowers, one of the best players in all of college football, never touches the football. They don't have an elite receiver. Stetson's numbers aren't great, but they continue to dominate.
It's why I wonder why Monken gets mentioned for all these jobs. Do
you
watch their offense and you're like, that's the guy I want to hire?
Dr. Pepper always on the road to Atlanta for the SEC championship. We appreciate those folks so much. Now back to the college football playoff expansion, which is now official. You guys have been reacting in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room about hating the Monday night championship game. You want the championship game to be Saturday or Sunday night. We keep telling you likely that's not going to happen because of NFL playoffs that are often played on Saturday and Sunday nights in prime time as well. But Bill Hancock is currently hosting a news conference, a teleconference right now. One thing that you should know right now is that eventually we will have the college football playoffs on a variety of different networks. But for the first 2 years until the new contract comes in 2026, and this was seen as a stumbling block until the Rose Bowl gave in, ESPN/ABC, but ESPN has the rights to every one of these playoff games for the next 2 years. Now, Bill Hancock has said today, we do not know yet if they're going to exercise their rights, which means they don't get all those games just for the money they're already paying. ESPN will have to pay more money for these extra games, but they hold the exclusive rights to them right now if they're willing to pay more money for them.
They hold the rights to the semis and the final, right?
According to Bill Hancock earlier, they hold the rights to all the playoff games through the end of this contract, 24 and 25.
Okay. Yeah.
So they hold them all.
So they get everything. ESPN will have everything for the first two playoffs.
If they're willing to pay extra.
If they're willing to pay extra. I wonder if they can say, no, we're keeping the two we agreed to, you sell the rest. I don't know how that contract works.
Right.
That was my question. Like, could Fox, CBS bid on the first two rounds?
The other networks should have the opening round and the second round. We'll keep the semis and the finals.
I would wonder how that works, but that's only something you got to worry about for 2 more years anyway.
Yeah, but they don't have to pay any extra for that semi national championship, but they have the rights first, according to Bill Hancock earlier. If you guys want these, you also get these 4 games and these 4 games. And what are you willing to pay us? Here's how much we need.
Yeah.
If not, then Fox, NBC, and CBS will jump into the game.
Does that mean we get Roxy Bernstein on one of these games?
If you could prime away from Bill Walton. I mean, I don't know if people want ESPN to have it all, if they want it to get spread out. I don't know what the fans want. What do you think the fans want?
I really don't care.
I don't care personally.
As long as there are not 2 games going on at once. But then if you go back, remember the great Georgia-Oklahoma game. I think that's the one. I'm having to sit at the Superdome.
Georgia-Oregon.
It was Georgia.
No. Wait a minute.
You're right. Georgia-Oklahoma Rose Bowl.
Yep.
Because the Alabama game started.
Alabama-Clemson started while the best part of that game's going on.
Which was dumb.
Well, they scored 150 points.
Yeah.
That was part of it.
So we already had some bleed over, but part of that was the Rose Bowl, who wanted to kick at that certain time.
As Dan Wetzel just said.
So they didn't move it up earlier. So it's interesting that I want them all played on the same day, but I would like them to fit into a slot to where all 4 of those quarterfinal games could be on New Year's Day. Can you imagine waking up, starting playoff football every window throughout the day?
Okay, so let's work it out, and let's allow 3.5 hours for a game. I don't think that's enough, but let's just do it for purposes of this.
11 a.m. is probably going to be your first hit.
I think you'd have to start at 11 a.m. Eastern to do this, so I think you're going to go 10 Central.
Well, if you do 11 a.m. Eastern, that's easy, but that means you're going to have to put the orange or the peach.
That's right.
At 11 a.m.
That is correct.
Let's try to go Central, see if we can work
let's do
out.
Central. So 11 Central?
Yeah, 11 Central.
All right, so 11 Central is, and we're going to go an hour and a half, right?
So then we
3
go
hours and a half.
3 hours and a half.
2:30.
2:30. And then if you start that game right at 2:30, we're at 6 o'clock.
9:30.
9:30. Yeah. And that is a late West Coast game.
Which has to be the Fiesta Bowl.
That could have an East Coast team in it or a Central Time Zone team in it. But, I mean, if we're on New Year's Day.
It has to be the Fiesta Bowl or the Rose Bowl, and the Rose Bowl is going to bitch about playing at 9:30.
Well, because the other part of this is Bill Hancock today is saying 2 things about the Rose Bowl. Number one, they're going to make every effort to have it as a Pac-12 Big Ten matchup. If they can, that's what they're going to do. So they're going to drag that out of the Rose Bowl's
and
cold
that's
hands.
fine. We'll give them that if they need it.
But see, doesn't that sound what I've been saying all along?
He also says, and this is the quote from him, it would be in everyone's best interest for anything college football playoff that happens in the Rose Bowl to kick off at 2 Pacific. In fact, in 24 and 25, those quarters are going to be at 2 Pacific, which tells you they're also going to be on New Year's Day, by the way.
Okay, doing that quadruple header, would you guys rather have a 10 a.m. kick local or a 9:30 p.m.?
I'd rather 10 a.m. Get it going early.
I'd rather go 9:30.
Yeah, I'm okay either way.
Yeah, 10 a.m. is early.
Is it New Year's Day?
Yeah, I guess it would be New Year's Day.
Now, this isn't one where you're going to say, I did not say this. How long have I said?
You've said it forever, Jim.
Forget the seeding. The quarterfinals should be Pac-12, Big Ten, and the Rose Bowl. Now, I've anchored conferences all the way for all the other bowls too. SEC in New Orleans, either Big 12 or ACC in the orange, and the other one in the Cotton
I don't
Bowl.
like all this. I just want it.
Yeah. So it's nice they're going to do that for the Rose Bowl. I'm excited about this. So December 21st in 2024 will be the first round games. Then you'll flip it around, likely New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and then semifinals, and then finals on January 20th.
Mm-hmm.
So our college football bleeding into January 20th.
You know who loves that? It's college basketball.
They do not love that.
That's later they get the stage.
Nate Oates joins us coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk to Nate about college basketball. Part of our show today being brought to you by Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, one of the great human beings. He's over in our chat room right now talking college football as well, on a break from being up on your roof. If you need a roof repair, make it happen today. Free no-cost roof inspection is what you get. And then the best roofing contractor in America is Greg Nelson. So get a free no-cost roof inspection. Free, no obligation. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. Or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Then, if you have some repairs that are needed, trust the name we've trusted for years. It's Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year. WAC MSRP $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on The Next Round. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at the Florabama. We'll be down at the Florabama coming up a week from tomorrow. So next Friday, we'll be down there live, 9 to 1 on Friday, and then a specialty show on Saturday. And the Florabama has great events happening year-round with our friends at the Florabama. Looking forward to this trip to get back down there to one of the most iconic coastal bars in the world.
Yeah, it might be, well, it is the most famous beach bar in all of America. If you've never been before, I'm sure 95% of you guys listening and watching have been to the Florabama. But our good friend Steve Powers, they've invited us down for Army, Navy. I didn't realize what a big deal it was down there, but a lot of the veterans come in all weekend long. And so it's a good way to pay tribute to the veterans, hang out, watch a great standalone game. Again, as Dunaway said, we're going to be doing our live regular show on Friday. Can't wait to do that specialty show on Saturday. And again, just enjoy bushwhackers, great food, whether it's across the street at the Yacht Club or right there at the Florabama. Come join us. Hopefully the weather will be great, but that's next weekend. Super excited about that. For more information, Florabama.com.
Christine McVie passed yesterday. Rockstar, you're our musical guy. You've sung a little Fleetwood Mac in your time.
I've sung a lot of Fleetwood Mac.
What do you think?
She was really great, really talented. One of the ones that didn't. She had a small solo career. Didn't like the limelight. She was one of those ones where Fleetwood's an interesting story because they shared each other.
Did she bang anybody in the band, though?
She was married to the bassist.
So that means she banged him.
Yeah, it was Jan Mick Fleetwood.
Did she ever answer that?
Lindsey Buckingham was her husband, right?
No, the bassist was, I cannot remember his name right now.
Mr. McVie.
McVie. But they all had each other. I think everybody had a taste of everybody.
Very
in that
incestuous.
Band. Yeah, like it was everybody. So, but she was really great. She wrote songs like Don't Stop. Everybody loves Songbird. One of their slowest songs is Songbird. And then when they toured, that's where they always ended their show with her solo singing Songbird. But she's really talented. 79 years old. I didn't know she was. They didn't have she died in a hospital. They didn't say what the cause was.
Yeah, so she passed at 79, but she wrote some of those great iconic
songs.
Don't
Stop. That song Everywhere, they're playing on some commercial.
I cannot stand that commercial or that song.
That's a rebirth of that song. Like that song is literally everywhere now.
What song is it?
Everywhere.
It's the I think it's a Chevy commercial.
No, it is. It's like it's a electric car.
Yeah, I think it's Chevy. But anyway,
how does it go? Rockstar, give me a bar.
I'm trying to think.
Dun 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 dun.
No.
Dun dun dun.
She didn't write Tusk, did she?
No, that was McFleetwood.
John McAbee's John McAbee's the bassist, by the way.
McVie, yes.
Yeah, McVie. Trash time, hit it, Rockstar.
I'll be honest here. I'm a boob guy. I love boobs. I like them small. I like them big, medium.
Doesn't matter.
They can point in opposite directions. I don't care. I'm a boob guy. Different sizes, most are. I'm a big fan.
Okay.
But I'll be honest, from age 14 until now, I don't feel like I'm any good with the boob.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right.
So we decided
Mortgages done the right way.
But that was a one-off, that we wouldn't do that one again.
Jim doesn't like that
I
one.
wasn't in that meeting.
Get Taylor to make a graph for it.
These are pointing in different directions. Well, I'm still a fan.
You've seen those.
What, different directions?
Yeah.
Don't you miss the days of the pyramid bra in the 50s? Ugh.
You've been on Bourbon Street before, and you've seen one pointing north and one pointing south.
I've seen some rough ones, man.
Yeah.
But, that's part of life.
They're all good, though.
Hey, when you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are higher, and if you don't wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available. Build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products, our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help you buy quickly. Take advantage of the increased home inventory. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I can't believe it. Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
So
I was about to say we don't get PBS. I was trying to watch the football games. I was like, first time I'm ever going to say I can't believe we don't get PBS.
I think the movie Amityville Horror came out in 79 or 80. My mom drugged me to see this, and it was disturbing because it's based on a true story.
Yeah, it feels real.
Yeah. Well, look, if you want to buy that house, the large Dutch colonial house that inspired the book, the Amityville Horror, and the film, it is actually on the market. The owners are even giving it a price cut. There it is. Look at that damn thing.
Are you a big Dutch colonial guy?
I did. That is one of the most evil-looking houses.
It really is.
Why,
ever.
LT? Because they have the bright yellow lights coming out of the two eyeballs at the top. It looks like the devil.
So that's the listing picture.
After seeing the film, I went back and I actually watched the documentary, which I'll get to here in a sec. I'll backtrack on this. Anyway, it's on the market for $955,000. 10-room home had an original asking price of $1.45 million last year. Then it dropped to $1.35. Current owners are going through a divorce, so they're just trying to get rid of it.
I bet they are.
There's the current owner saying it's not haunted or anything.
Yeah, it's definitely not haunted.
We had great years there. Now, if you're a horror movie fan or just a fan of the paranormal, you've probably heard this house located at 112 Ocean Avenue. It was the site of the mass murder carried out by Ronald DeFeo Jr. against his entire family back in 1974. Came in, blasted them all with a shotgun in their sleep.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Now, a year later, George and Kathy Lutz bought the property. They only lived there for 28 days because they said shit went crazy, like violent, haunting stuff nonstop. I find it hard to believe they made this up. Watching that documentary, there's something to it. I've never seen a ghost. I don't want to see a ghost. I know some people here don't believe in ghosts, but I watched the other night the new Unsolved Mysteries on Netflix. Then there's one called Apartment 14. It is one of the freakiest things I've ever
I haven't seen that one. That is a good show. I like the new Unsolved Mysteries.
I liked Robert Stagg back in the day. He could sell it.
But backtrack on this. This girl disappears from Chico, California in 1976. She was living at this apartment. This single mom and her kid move in, and things start to happen, like shoes start getting put on the bed, dolls start moving.
Now, when the dolls get involved, it scares the hell out of me.
How about this? Daughter starts talking to this girl, Marliz.
Because they always say kids can see them.
I'm getting chills talking about this. Marliz, well, they find out that Marliz is the girl that's missing, and then the mom starts having dreams on coordinates on where they think the body is located. I mean, it's freaky.
Was the body there?
Well, so they're still looking for it. They think that's that's where. So she made a phone call to, I forgot, it was like Red Rock Police Department in California, and she said, I had a vision last night about this, and the case had been cold for a couple of years. They had just reopened it that day, and so they were like, "What's going on that you would call us this day?" She gave the coordinates, and they said, "This is where we're currently looking for the body."
I really don't know how you ever get a good night's sleep.
Just thinking.
I mean, the stuff you watch is just...
but I watch some funny stuff.
You never bring it up.
This guy was murdered in a funny way.
Yeah, he laughed before they cut his head off.
On.
Yeah.
A piglet is finally clean and doing well after being placed in rehab to recover from an alcohol addiction.
You hate to see that.
Pig named Everhart was rescued by vets after being found living in a squalid flat in Germany.
Hey, Winnie. Winnie, look at this.
Where his
Winnie.
owners fed him chips and only gave him wine and spirits to drink.
Wow.
This is so mean.
It is.
Please get off my back, Piglet.
He was placed in an animal shelter in North Rhine, where he underwent a detox program designed to wean him off of alcohol and nurse him back to full health. 2 years on, and his new owner, Bianca, said Everhart was doing well again. She said Everhart was incredibly aggressive, anxious, and didn't know anything about the apartment he lived in. But people are legally entitled to keep mini pigs. There, the law considers them farm animals, and each pig kept must be officially registered. But he's doing good.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
His name is Everhart?
Everhart.
Eber with a B. Okay,
Yeah.
got you. Very different meaning.
Everhart is what? Okay.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, my friends at Low Testosterone U want to remind you that
Gary said he was waiting on the joke. There it is.
Everhart.
Yes.
That plane just landed.
Bit of a delay on
No,
that.
speaking of Everhart, how about this? Man who married 9 women looking for new wives as he's divorcing 4 of them.
Wow, okay.
I hope we have pictures
He's
of this.
back at the
right?
market.
Yeah,
All right.
you know
man,
what this guy has?
What?
He has a transfer portal.
a man called Arthur Urso has revealed that he's looking for new partners to join his polyamorous relationship. And he's in the process of divorcing 4 of his 9 wives. Now, the 36-year-old model, they call him, shared one of his marriages that it broke down just months after their wedding ceremony, leaving him with less lovers than he would like.
I'm only sending one of those down to the FCS, and it's the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the left.
All right, guys, this is the bang.
Hey,
schedule.
I like one's got like a welder's mask, one's got a hard hat.
I mean, he's got blueprints. I don't know what he's doing.
He's
He's showing it. This is where you're going to be. He's diagramming plays.
He's building ecstasy,
Meet
Brownie.
me at the oil drum. Okay.
The welder's out. I'm telling you. I'm putting
not a
her in the
welder?
portal. No.
Yeah.
Now, Arthur said his first wife, Luana, are swingers who formalized a union with other women at a Catholic church in Brazil. The marriage is not legally binding, however. Polygamy is legal in the country. Now he's confirmed to the Daily Star he's only married to 4 women after his marriage to one fell through just months after the ceremony. Arthur isn't ruling out other partners in the future. However, he said he's more than open to new companions. He went on to say, quote, I've got a huge house with a giant bed. It needs to be occupied.
Yeah. What does his T-shirt say? Does that say Everhard?
I can't read it.
I think it's in another language.
Oh, okay.
Enthusiasm, maybe? Yeah.
No, we all remember Three's Company. I mean, I think if the dude has got, if he's got 5 wives, I think he's okay.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, Bill Paxton had 3, and he had to rotate those, right?
Yeah.
Big love.
Yeah.
Nine seems excessive. I don't.
He had one that he loved, one that was really good at doing projects and stuff, and then the young one.
Yeah.
That was in big
Can
love.
you imagine the bitching and complaining he's got to take
Oh
on?
my gosh.
This one of them's got, I don't know what they're doing, but she's got hedge clippers. She's got pliers.
Hey, the girl in the hard hat, what is the inseam on that short?
Very short.
4.
Daisy Duke.
Yeah.
They call that a negative
Yeah.
incident.
I mean, they might be trying to figure out how to take those shorts off. It's going to take us all here. Okay. People reveal things at weddings that make them cringe. I think you guys will agree with most of these.
Okay. These things make me
And
cringe
I've
at
actually
weddings.
never seen this one at a wedding.
All right.
Releasing of doves into the sky.
A little pretentious, but
I think I've been to a wedding that
You
did
know, I
that.
think I've been to one.
Yeah.
We were at the same one.
No, I swear I was.
Y'all probably went together,
Were
right?
we? No, and I remember talking to the dove person about like
Or was it a funeral?
Yeah. Do you get the dove
It
back?
might have been a funeral. Yeah, they said the dove comes back. They're trained to come back.
Yeah. I think it was a funeral. I was at.
Were we at the same funeral? Because I think
Maybe
I've
so.
seen that before.
Yeah.
But I can't remember who it was.
it's memorable.
Yeah, special. Here's another thing that makes people cringe at weddings: smashing the slice of cake in each other's face. I think that is a little dumb.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit like on the, but when they go way over the top on it, it's a bit much.
I'll send you a picture later for us, sir.
Oh.
It was the end thing to do in the late 90s.
What about when the groom goes up the bride's skirt in front of all their friends and family?
Oh, to pull down the garter
Yeah.
so he can snap it. Yeah,
Takes it off with his teeth.
yeah.
Finds out that's not the bride.
It does feel a little
That's
cheesy.
the mother-in-law.
I think I did that too. I think I'm 2 for 3 here.
I've been to one of
No
these.
doves.
What about when the bride and groom are both musicians? They get ready for an hour of the couple singing shitty covers of overrated love songs to each other.
So bad.
Not us.
I've never seen that one.
I have seen that one. What about writing "Help Me" on the bottom of the groom's shoes?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
What about those women that try way too hard to catch the bouquet that the bride throws, some literally to the point of pushing others over?
Yep.
I have seen that. Finally, we've got dinner facts. I like this first one. I'm not surprised, though. Actor Kevin Bacon pays off.
Hold on. Lunsford taking a shot from his day off. We actually released them, Dunaway, Brown, and LT, once our ceremony was over, though you guys didn't feel obligated to stay longer than.
No,
is
that
y'all
where we
really?
saw it?
I was there the whole time. I don't remember.
No, I think he said we released Dunaway, Brown, and LT once our ceremony was over.
I'm glad
Like the
Lunsford
Dubs.
wasn't obligated enough to come in today.
Yeah.
But he can take shots from wherever he is. Probably
Wow.
Disney.
Wow, look at LT.
I thought we stayed there a long time. I remember sitting outside. It was a little chilly.
It was chilly.
It was a day of Army-Navy.
It was day of Army-Navy,
Yeah.
which I think Jim brought up too much for somebody's comfort, from what I've been told.
So it was one of the best games of the year.
Yep.
I saw the second half.
Yeah, well, I think you told the bride you always watch this game, start to finish.
I did, but I'm coming to this wedding.
Which I think is you overplaying that a little bit. You don't always watch Army-Navy.
I remember having 3 or 4 drinks in that cool little
thing
that they had.
Yep.
Well, listen, if it
What are
was
you laughing at, right? Star? We were there.
I know.
Were you there?
I was there. I was the
Okay.
DJ.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember that too. Rockstar was dropping the tunes.
I think even Maggie came, which Maggie going
No, Maggie was there.
is an
did.
obligation.
She
No,
did.
Jennifer was with me.
Yeah, that did stand out that Maggie was there. I remember all the groomsmen wearing New Balance.
That is
Proud
correct. I
sponsor.
do remember
This,
that. Yeah.
The news release of us going to do this show was the picture at that wedding of all of us together. That's what we used because that was the one picture we had of us together.
No, how about that?
And I'd shaved my face.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay, dinner facts. Did I already say this one?
Nope.
Actor Kevin Bacon pays off DJs when he attends weddings so they won't play Footloose.
Oh,
It's probably smart on his part. Yeah.
Another one. Joe Pesci hated the early unit call times at Home Alone since they prevented him from starting his day with 9 holes of golf as he liked to do.
My kind of guy.
After Pesci took the assistant director by the collar one day to complain about it, call times were moved back from 7 to 9 a.m. just for him. The thing I would ask, though, that was filmed on location in Chicago. It looked like in the cold. Who in the hell wants to play golf in Chicago?
That's a good point. Yeah, I
It's
don't
the
know.
same thing with Samuel L. Jackson. He has like a clause in all his contracts that I get to play this amount of golf. Like filming is going to be centered around me. Where I
Yeah,
get to
the
play
outdoor
golf.
stuff was in Chicago. I bet the other stuff was soundstage in L.A. though. All the outdoor
Maybe.
stuff.
But, John Hughes did most of his stuff on location
Oh,
in
did he
Chicago.
really?
Yeah. How about this one? Employees at NASA smoked on average 29 cigarettes a day before the first moon landing.
It was a stressful moment there. Stress smoking.
Here's another one. Soccer players run much farther than other sports, averaging 7 miles a game compared to 2.5 miles for basketball, 1.25 miles for American football.
That's why it's your favorite male body.
No, I'm just telling you that I think that got put in there because of y'all's comments the other day while Rockstar was watching the sport he loves. And
Well,
I
no,
just
it's
said it didn't look like they run a lot.
No, they do run. It's just amazing when they have those trackers on at the end where they're subbed out and like has run the equivalent of 7.5 miles. Like my God, and there's still 10 minutes left.
But they run 7 miles, but I think all of us could do 7 miles at a certain pace. Like I remember a local meteorologist when I was running in the Mercedes Marathon, they ran the Mercedes Marathon, but it was one of those like slow walks.
Right.
So, I mean, I think we could do 7 miles. And then finally, in Slovakia on Easter, men whip women and throw water on them so they'll stay beautiful and fresh for the next year. In exchange, the women serve drinks as a thank you.
See, it's
sounds like the man gets the better end of that deal. I don't know.
It's a give and take. It's a give and take world.
You're welcome. Am I right? That is Trash brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. How about their lock and shop program with rates trending upwards right now? Our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help you out. You can save yourself some money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain that 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
And the show's being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Man, if you're having a party or an office meeting or a tailgate or watching basketball, Super Bowl, playoffs, whatever, champyschicken.com. They're there to serve you. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by and see Sterling and the crew back in a moment.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all three phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR. The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Do you want to have the experience of a lifetime and help a great charity at the same time? If you've ever dreamed of taking a few laps around Talladega Superspeedway, now is your chance. Join us on Saturday, December 3rd from 9 to 1 for Track Laps for Charity. For only $50, you can climb behind the wheel of your own vehicle and take 3 laps around Talladega Superspeedway. If you don't want to take the drive, you can still come out and tour the Talladega Garage experience for free. All proceeds will benefit Toys for Tots. That's Saturday, December 3rd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Talladega Superspeedway.
Coming up in 9 minutes, 12 noon Central, we'll talk to Alabama basketball coach Nate Oates, who will be with us. A good game at home this Saturday against South Dakota State, one of the better mid-majors in the country. That's coming up in the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Don't forget they're clearing out the 22s still to make room for those 23s. Prices slashed on the luxurious Sahara and Cardinal and many others, up to $36,000 off on remaining model closeout. JohnstonRVCenter.com. Our I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. It's Johnston RV Center.
Have you ever made a promise when you've had too much to drink? And then you had to...
No, Dunaway, never.
Some Tennessee fan said, man, if we just beat Alabama, I'll get a tattoo. Well, he did. Here's Luke Jackson's tattoo on his leg.
Oh, no. That's
Luke Jackson saying, Coach Heupel, I sure hope you stay around forever because you're with me forever. He got that tattoo right there on the side of his leg. I always wonder if those are permanent or temporary tattoos when we see these on social media.
Is that his leg or shoulder?
I thought it was set his leg.
It looks like his calf.
Yeah.
See the little bend right above it for the knee?
I bet Josh wishes they would have taken out one of the chins.
No, I bet they grow together, this dude and Josh.
You think so?
Yeah.
That's a tough look right there, man.
Did Josh sign it?
That is a Heupel signature, but I don't think Josh signed it.
My gosh.
Yeah, so that's a tough look there, but hey, you know.
Best details is cigar.
It really is. They got the cigar spot on, yeah.
Good luck there. Good look. Heupel's tattoo eyes look better than his real eyes. Clear eyes right there. Aiden O'Connell, quarterback Purdue, been dealing with the death of his brother back in his home state of Illinois, has not been practicing all week for Purdue. They play Michigan in the Big Ten championship game. They still expect Aiden to quarterback this game, to be there, even though he's missed practice all week long. It was a long shot for Purdue anyway, but their offense can make it interesting against a Michigan team if they can get some points.
Well, you know, let me throw this at you guys, and this is kind of crazy, and I don't know if you realize this, but Jeff Brom is 3-0 all-time against top 5 teams at Purdue.
How about that?
He's never lost a game against the top 5, and I fully expect Purdue, with their offense, to be able to come out. They'll get pushed around, but this will be one of those inspirational games for O'Connell.
I'm going to guess all of those were played in West Lafayette. That'd be my guess. I don't know. I can remember.
I just remember Ohio State.
Ohio State was one, and then was it Penn State? I think Penn State might have been top 5 when they beat them.
I think Iowa might have been too.
Yeah, I think they were all played at West Lafayette.
West Virginia decides to keep our friend Neil Brown. There was a discussion at one point whether or not he'd be back next year. He is coming back. UAB says we're keeping him.
I think he's got a $20 million buyout up until January 1, and it is hard to fire a coach after January 1. You've already gotten your signing class in. You're behind the 8 ball on the coaching carousel. It would be really hard if you just tried to wait out a drop in the buyout.
And I think it only goes to $15 million at that point.
Yeah.
We talked about the portal, Alabama yesterday. Tanner Bowles, Christian Leary, Trayshawn Holden. Haven't seen anybody else go today, but remember December 5th is the day that you end up getting the portal officially opening up so you can go in there.
For undergrads, yeah. That was the Trayshawn Holden deal. For those that are confused by that, he got in, realized, well, wait a minute, I'm still an undergrad. This is only for graduate school guys at this point. So he's back out of the portal today, but says he'll be back in Monday when it's open for undergrads.
But if you're not a Robbie Ashford believer at Auburn, you think Hugh Freeze is going to bring in a quarterback, or if you don't believe in any of the quarterbacks Alabama has, or whoever your school is, Connor Basilick, Hudson Card, Jeff Sims, Luke Altmaier, Cade McNamara, none of those guys right there are going to replace whoever you have on your roster right now.
No. Those are not guys, to me, that at Power 5 are going to win you a championship.
Yeah.
Cade McNamara, by the way, being rumored as a possible guy to go to Iowa.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, speaking of Auburn, Keith Niebuhr on 3 Sports Auburn Live says Hugh Freeze is bringing Liberty's Jeremy Garrett with him, the defensive line coach there. Matt Zenitz and Keith Niebuhr of On 3 Sports reporting that. Don't forget,
he replaces Jimmy Brumbaugh.
That's right, Jimmy Brumbaugh, who was one of the fired coaches. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. On a deposit of $500 or more, you could claim up to $200 when you use promo code next round at MyBookie.ag. You can bet on anything there, anything, anytime, anywhere. And that includes weekly blackjack tournaments. Find out more by going to mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round when you're there. Mybookie.ag, code next round. Alabama coach Nate Oates is next.
On Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Welcome to Culver.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the Big Red Building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Nate Oates will join us in just a second.
The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Bromberg's. Remember, when you want that something special in your life, that silver box says a lot.
Yeah, look, this holiday season, if you're thinking about popping the question or you're just looking for an incredible gift, stop in. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. And if you're looking for the best Christmas tree in all of Birmingham, it's right there at their Mountain Brook location. Also, a great location at the Summit. You can view their online store as well. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, the coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide men's basketball team is with us, coming fresh off his 4-overtime win over North Carolina. Coach Nate Oates now. What's up, Coach? How are you?
Just got out of practice. We're doing all right. I'm still trying to recover. I'm still wore out from the 4 overtimes.
Yeah, I would imagine you are. What did you learn about your team in that game?
We got some toughness, some grit. Some guys showed some character. We've got some guys that could step up. You know, we didn't have Noah Clowney for the majority of the game. He got hurt 3 minutes in the game and didn't come back. So, you know, Noah Gurley played heavy minutes and was big for us. I thought Jaden Bradley, after not playing for a pretty long stretch there, the end of regulation, overtime, we needed him to come in for Quinterly, and it was hard to do. He came in and played great, you know, kind of cold off the bench. So I thought some guys showed some real character in that game. You know, we showed we can win close games, shoot. You know, we do a lot of end-of-game situation type stuff. It didn't look like it in the game. We screwed up stuff at the end, but we try to do a lot in practice to get ready to play some close games. It's nice to win some close ones.
Yeah, I said it earlier this week, Coach, that I've never seen somebody play 55 minutes like Mark Sears and have 0 fouls. But when you went out and recruited Mark to come in from the portal, I guess you kind of knew what you were going to get. But, I mean, what does his leadership mean to this team?
Look, he plays hard. He's tough. He's about the right stuff. I mean, he's naturally a scorer. You know, he's transition to playing a little more point. I think now that Quinterly's pretty well back, we can maybe play him a little more off the ball and play Jaden Bradley and Quinterly a little more on the ball. But he's done both for us. You know, we won a lot of games with him as our starting point guard. He may just continue to stay that way. We'll figure all that stuff out. But he's definitely going to play a lot with Quinterly, with Bradley. He's, you know, one of our best shooters on the team, but he's also tough, gritty. I thought he did a pretty good job defensively in the Carolina game. You know, they had 2 really good guards in Davis and Love, and I thought, you know, him, Quinterly, and Jaden Bradley, all of them, Amari Burnett too, did a pretty good job defensively with those guys. They took 60 shots between the 2 of them. That's a lot of shots for a starting backcourt to get 60 shot attempts up in a game. So I didn't realize he did it without fouling. That's good because we got plenty of other guys on the team that foul a lot. I mean, it seemed like fouling all game.
Listen, personally for you, because of where you coached high school basketball, back to the Michigan State game, was there a little bit of it being surreal that you just handed Tom Izzo a loss? I know you expect it now at Alabama, and you're a big-time college coach, and you're this highfalutin big-time guy. I've been around you before, but there was a moment you were a high school coach, and Tom Izzo was still Tom Izzo, and you just handed him an L.
Yeah, that was a little different because you're right. I mean, my relationship with Coach Izzo is more like I'm a Romulus high school coach asking if they'd mind if I come watch practice and learn how to get better and hang out in the office, spend some time with the assistants, video coordinator. And he was, you know, he had the office down the hall, and didn't really get in Coach Izzo's office much. I was more in the assistants in the video office. So that was a little surreal. You know what, as I've kind of come up, and it's, you know, I was a high school coach, 2013, so 9 years ago, not very long ago. Like, you know, as I've climbed up, you kind of figure out I'm not really playing Tom Izzo. You know, although I'd take my chances in that game. He's a little older than me, but I'm not playing Tom Izzo. You know, I've got some pretty talented players on the floor playing his players. And you know what? Our players were pretty tough that game. You know, I was pretty happy. You know, we played well that game. We had some guys step up. We had different guys step up in each of the 3 games. And, you know, we weren't very good against UConn, but that taught us a lot. And I think, you know, they're tough. So in one sense, I don't want to see them again, but I would like to see them again down the road if, you know, see if we could improve on some stuff that we weren't good at. But yeah, the Izzo deal, I had everybody from back in my Michigan days texting me, and that was, that was one of those, like, I never worked for him, but he's a little bit of a mentor, nice game. Like, sorry to beat you. I didn't, it was, he's always been really good to me though when I was a high school coach.
Did you just go a little Godfather on us there? Did you just go, we got some guys that are pretty tough ourselves? Do you scrape that face there like you're a made man, letting us know that don't question my guy's toughness anymore?
Yeah, that wasn't the intent, but you can take it like that. I like you guys. You guys got you come up with some good stuff there. I like it.
Yep. Alabama, South Dakota State, Saturday, 7:30 at Coleman Coliseum. The coach Nate Oates with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Dunaway also used the phrase highfalutin. Have you lived in Alabama long enough? Those phrases no longer faze you.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm a highfalutin guy. I don't know when he's hung out with me. Maybe what were you at me with at the golf outing when I'm a celebrity at the Pro-Am.
Yeah, it was very highfalutin. We were eating with you.
Celebrity.
Yeah.
Well,
they partner me up with a celebrity usually.
Yeah, you and I were sitting on the other side of Nick Saban when he blew up the college football world this summer. So yeah,
that is true. I was a spectator on that.
Yes.
If you go back and look at the Sports Center clips, I was just kind of off to the side, tapping my foot like. Oh, what, okay.
You had that look.
Yeah, we've played it plenty of times. Trust me.
Yeah, it was fun.
I was a spectator in that clip.
Charles Bediako, going back to the North Carolina game, watching him last year look so raw. He's only 20 right now. Is he just scratching the surface of how good he can be?
I think so. You saw the play that kind of surprised me. The block shot was, he had to go up a few floors to get that one. And that was really a game-winning block, and I'm sure everybody was going nuts when they called a goaltend, as was I. But I think in hindsight, if you don't blow the whistle, you can't review it. So it was good we had the possession arrow, so we got it after the block shot. But the one move where kind of fed it to him in the post, we were trying to get some action off it. None of it worked, and he kind of was like, all right, I'll just go score the ball myself. Like he spins on him and dunks it on the baseline. Like he's getting to where he's holding his own with the best bigs in the country. And we just played three of the best bigs in the country back to back to back. Sissoko, at Michigan State's been playing as good as any big. They have some good wins. The Gonzaga game, Sissoko was great. Then we had Sonogo at UConn, who's been one of the best bigs in the country, even last year. Shooting. Then he got, when we beat North Carolina, Baycott was maybe the best big in the tournament last year. They made it all the way to the championship, kind of riding him. So I think Charles, that should give Charles a lot of confidence. This extra 20 pounds he put on in the summer, like I can bang with these bigs that are a little bigger, thicker, but he's got some length on him and moves his feet well and does a great job studying the guys. And, he did a pretty good job defensively on all those guys.
You're doing a great job of educating a lot of Alabama basketball fans, but for those that have not come along yet, South Dakota State is a quality game this Saturday. The arena needs to be packed and juiced, right? Because this is a good basketball team coming to town.
Oh, they're really good. They've got good wins. They had good wins last year. And it's exciting. Shoot, if anybody that was here last year, we both were, what was the final score? We were over 100 easily, 104-88. Yeah, we were both getting up and down. They take a lot of threes, and they've gone on the road. They've got some good wins. Notre Dame pounded Michigan State. They've played. They're going to be a quality team that gives us a good game, and it'll be an entertaining game because they play an entertaining style, as do we.
Was that Steven Gonzalez? He's barely on the job, and he's already got the scores memorized like that. Was that who answered that for you?
That was Steve. He's quality. We don't hire schleps around here. We did our research. We did. We interviewed him. He's on top of his game over here.
He's already got the scores memorized.
That's pretty amazing.
That's
good for him.
Wasn't even at the game. All right, Coach. We appreciate the time as always. Fun talking with you. Good luck Saturday against the Jackrabbits.
Appreciate you guys. Roll Tide.
All right, buddy. Take care. That is Nate Oates, the Alabama basketball coach, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Now, keep in mind, Alabama beat North Carolina, who last night Indiana beat them, 77-65. Now, Alabama doesn't play again until Saturday. It's Thursday. North Carolina had to come back home from that series of overtimes on Sunday. and turn around and go to Indiana for the ACC Big Ten Challenge play in Bloomington. And Indiana's 7-0 now.
Yeah, Mike Woods has done a good job. Now, Baycott, I watched a good bit of that game. Baycott had to leave hurt. He's banged up right now. I don't know if he was hurt against Bama or he got hurt against Bama.
Yeah, it didn't look 100% towards the end of that game in overtime against Bama. But, now they've lost 3 consecutive games after ascending to number 1.
That's right. And Notre Dame beat Michigan State last night, 70-52.
The lock, by the way.
So you had a couple of those, the 2 quality wins for Alabama right there has turned into teams that have, backed those up with losses again this week. An amazing game tonight. If you are a college basketball fan or you're just dabbling your toe into college basketball, 6 o'clock ESPN in Texas's new building, which is fantastic in Austin.
The mood? Are they blessing the mood?
They're blessing the mood tonight. It is Creighton and Texas. Potential Final Four teams, both of them. Creighton and Texas tonight. Don't let the Creighton name fool you. Really good basketball team. 6 o'clock ESPN tonight. If you love college basketball, watch that game this evening.
Yeah, they're a top 10 team. I mean, Creighton's number 7. So if you're not paying attention to them, you're missing a good team.
And if we want to go on and do the read, I've got a lock on that game.
Okay, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Go ahead.
Yeah,
man.
again, for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trusted name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That's our friends at Hemphill. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team there do such a great job. Call them today, 205-229-2090. This is Texas's highest ranking since 2010. And Chris Beard, we saw him play for a national championship just 3 years ago with Texas Tech. You knew once he got this job it could be a monster. This is their highest ranking since 2010. Watch Creighton just last week. This is a team that can score with the best of them. But I've got a feeling that, that Longhorns have won their first 5 games by an average of almost 30 points per game. I like Texas minus the 6.5 here. I'm taking Texas at home against Creighton.
Yeah, great new facility, great atmosphere down there, and that is the lock tonight. All right, still to come, Rockstar's 4 Downs. We do our Thursday traditions today. We talk about some championship history coming up this in a little bit as well as we keep rolling along. But the big story today in college football is what has gone on with the College Football Playoff Committee. We will get back into that and put everything into a nutshell when we come back here on the show. We appreciate Dan Wetzel and Bruce Feldman both reacting to that in real time as it happened. You can go back and watch that on our YouTube channel. Remember, hit the thumbs up and also like and subscribe while you're there on any of our video platforms. You can always get it in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com, at nextroundlive.com. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's, where just the other day they were at Brown's house.
They were, Jimmy D. They were taking care of that yard of mine, and I want it to look great in spring and summer. That's what it matters most. Will you do that in the fall with a proper shutdown? Make sure they get the right nutrients and pre-emergence in the soil and the root system so your yard comes back in spring and summer looking the best it can. You do that by jumping on EnviroLawn with Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR and we'll pay for the first month. That's right. You get 12 months for the price of 11. 866-WAYNES-1 and the code TNR for EnviroLawn with Wayne's. Call them now, 866-WAYNES-1, and sign up for EnviroLawn with the code TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Oh, by the way, Tulsa King, who you are watching and like.
Yep.
You started watching it yet?
Still have not watched it.
Renewed for a second season yesterday.
Wow. You know, Jack was asking me how many seasons do you think it'll go, and I'm like, he's 75. I think it'll go 3 seasons. But I'm going to say, depending on how this thing plays out, I think he will be nominated for Best Actor for a comedy, believe it or not.
Wow.
Yeah. Are you watching it, Tyler?
Yeah. Seen a little bit.
Man, it's...
so it's comedic, dark comedy.
It's it's supposed to be a drama, but it's more of a dramedy, I guess, but very, very dark. But his character is really, really funny.
Backyard Adventure, this college football playoff changing landscape, brought to you by our friends at Backyard Adventure. Go to backyardalabama.com. No matter where you are watching our show today, there's a chance there's a Backyard Solutions LLC near you that can provide you with this wonderful playground for your kids, our alley-oop trampolines, or goal setter basketball goes, wherever you're watching this. Huntsville, Birmingham, Clanton, Montgomery, Atlanta. Go to backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, and just search a location near you, or you can call them up, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. for fun. BackyardAlabama.com. Quality 100% cedar, lifetime warranties. They set them up, they'll take them down, move them. It increases the value to your home. If you're selling and somebody's coming to look, they've got kids. They see this wonderful playground in the back with wonderful landscaping. It's always maintained with a maintenance program. You cannot beat it. BackyardAlabama.com. Earlier today, confirmed officially, even though we knew it was happening last night, that the college football playoffs will expand in 2024. So one more season of the current 4-team playoff, and then we go to a 12-team playoff. What all have we learned today, Brown?
We have learned that, and a lot of this is stuff we assumed all along or had been reported all along, but is official today. This is not reports. This is the college football playoff saying this is it.
And we got some dates, too, which
we
is
got some
important.
dates. Yeah. So the first playoff will start Saturday, December 21st on campus, as has been reported, first round on campus. The second round, the quarters, the date has not been announced, but you can read between the lines and assume it is going to be around New Year's Day.
Right. We know from what we're hearing, the Rose Bowl will be one of the quarterfinal games and will be played in its traditional time slot.
Yeah. Well,
for the next 2 years.
It's time slot, so you assume it's also New Year's Day.
Right.
That's what I would say. I get the feeling they might go to New Year's Eve to New Year's Day.
That's the way I feel, too.
Rather than try to squeeze all four into New Year's Day.
Right.
That's just me, though.
I think that's the way I would do it.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Do a 3 o'clock and a 7 o'clock kick.
Yep. But your concern then becomes, okay, I'm just playing it forward, how quick, because the January 20th date's the championship game, how quick are you turning around and playing the semifinal game? You've got to then have the two teams playing on Friday.
You'd have 3 weeks. Each other. You'd have 3 weeks between games, though.
No, that's the championship game of the tournament.
Right, yeah. You'd have 3 weeks. So
there's a semifinal game between that.
No, are you saying
you've got 3 weeks to get that game in? Is what I'm telling you. But you got 3 weeks between games.
Is your point somebody's going to have an extra day?
Yeah. I don't think.
I mean,
that's
NFL playoffs Saturday, Sunday. I mean, it does happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's that big a deal.
Okay,
personally. We don't have the dates on those, but your first quarters are going to be Fiesta, Peach, Rose, Sugar, and as Jim said, the Rose has been told we're going to do our very best to give you Pac-12 and Big Ten in those games. And Bill Hancock, the executive director who's been on the show before, the executive director of the playoff, says it is in the best interest of the playoff for anything that happens in the Rose Bowl to happen at the 2 o'clock Pacific time kick. Obviously, that's the time it's always kicked, right? 3 o'clock here. So that's what we know about the Rose Bowl. The semis year one are going to be cotton and orange. We don't have dates on those. But as Jim was just pointing out, you got 3 weeks between the quarters and the championship game, so it'll fit somewhere in those 3 weeks.
Yeah, so do we know what January 1st is on next year? Is it a Monday?
On the 24th when that will be played. If you'll give me 2 seconds, I'll tell you, Jim.
What's the 24th? The 20th we know is a Monday. The 20th we know is a Monday, right? January 20th, the national championship we know is a Monday.
Right.
January 1st would be
I need January 1st, 2025, though.
Exactly,
right? Yeah. Give me 2 seconds to get to 2025 in my phone here. And I will tell you that January 1 is a Wednesday. Yeah.
See, that's what's going to be interesting, Brownie, there is because the two semifinal games, we are stuck in the middle of the NFL playoffs then, too, so we were trying to avoid the NFL playoffs.
That is a problem because the natural time you would play it would be the next Saturday, which would be the 11th, but then you're going head-to-head with the NFL at that point.
Yeah.
If you choose to play a Friday night, the 10th, that'd give you plenty of time off, a long week, in fact, and it would also be 10 days before the championship game.
But do we want to have our two semifinal games on a Friday?
Or do they do Monday? Do they do Monday, which would be the 13th?
Yeah.
But then I think you got an NFL playoff game Monday the 13th.
Yeah.
The NFL has the...
And you guys are going to say, why are we worried about the NFL?
Well, because they want TV ratings.
Because, for example, on Thanksgiving Day, 42 million people watched the Cowboys game on Thanksgiving Day. 42 million
absurd,
people.
Yeah.
Last year's national championship in college football was 17 million people.
Yeah.
That's the difference. You can't compete with the NFL on television.
As Jim said, the other thing is that they did announce the first... actually, they announced the first two championship dates. The 20th in 2024, or 2025 to end the 24 season, and then the 21st. The interesting thing about that is it is a holiday, Martin Luther King Day. So the games will be played on a day where many people have the day off. You don't get the next day off, but you get that day off.
All right, so that's what we know about the college football playoffs right now. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. They are the great place we go before we jump on the phones here. New York Butcher Shop, a wonderful place to buy a lot of side items they pre-prepare for you, but also the best cuts of meat.
Yeah, my nephew Jace is already angling for Saturday night Wagyu steaks.
Oh, you should do it for
him.
him.
What he wants.
Yeah, you're not spoiling him at all.
No, not at all. But look, man, if you've never tried those, pick up a couple of 6 to 8 ounce Wagyus. You're going to absolutely love it. But they've got the finest in certified Angus Prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Also, gift cards for the holiday season. Pick some of those up. They're chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. The New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations, Cahaba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
All right, let's head to Brooke. Our friend Brooke on the college football playoffs. What's up, Brooke?
Hey, Jim, how's it going, man?
Brooks, I'm sorry.
So, that's all right. I've gotten that multiple times throughout my life, so I'm just kind of go with it. But looking at the dates on this, it's interesting to me. I've heard multiple guests today, that Bruce Feldman and I forget who else was on that.
Dan Wetzel.
Talking about how, and y'all have talked about this too, about how the college football playoff doesn't want to go up against the NFL, but the proposed or tentative dates that they're looking at, if the quarterfinals are on New Year's, you were just kind of talking about it, where are they going to fit this semifinal round in?
That's a
Is it
problem.
going to be a weekday?
Yep.
Is that going to be a weekday night, or are they going to be going up on a weekend against the NFL playoff?
It's a problem. Let me see.
I'd be very comfortable with Thursday night, Friday night. If you guys are okay with splitting them up, I'm comfortable with Thursday night, Friday night.
So, for instance, this season, your wild card starts Friday, January 13th.
Oh, that's right.
That's the week we're talking about.
See, they keep,
and they have the Monday night football game now,
They keep creeping into our territory.
Yeah, you got 2 Friday games, 3 Saturday games, and a Monday game. They don't show a Sunday game. That can't be right.
What weekend is that?
That is January 13th. Is that right? Why would they not have a Sunday game on wild card weekend? That cannot be right.
That can't be right.
I'm just looking at ESPN though.
Anyway, back to Dunaway's point on Thursday night. To me, my favorite championship game was on a Thursday night. It might have been the last one where Texas and Alabama played on that Thursday night.
That's right. They played it Thursday night then, yeah.
Well, and one other thing I'm thinking about, too, is whenever they decide to do this, whatever dates the semifinal round's going to be, if they're going to start spreading the wealth around to other networks, if CBS and Fox and NBC and ESPN all have NFL games, too, they got to figure out now, how do we fit in these college games on our networks? And I'm sure smarter people than me would figure that out. But I feel like if they're going to do this, they should just do it, keep almost the same current date that they have for the national championship, that second Monday, I think it is right now. Play the semifinals on New Year's and New Year's Eve, and then just keep this thing almost like the way they do it in the NFL now, where the first 2 rounds are just the first 2 weeks after the college football season ends. I know that might affect like Army, Navy, and maybe the Heisman Trophy presentation, but I mean, who cares at this point? We're already moving the Rose Bowl. Like, tradition in that context doesn't matter, but I feel like make it the 14th and the 21st if we're looking at the 2024 season. Play your semifinal games on New Year's, and you can keep the national championship on the same Monday it is right now. Or if you're going to make it that late, as late as the 20th, why not just bump it back 5 days and have it on the Saturday that's in between the week before the Super Bowl?
Yep.
There's no NFL game that week.
Yep.
So,
all good points.
Thank you, Brooks.
Thanks, Brooks. Appreciate all those. That's a moving calendar there. I will tell you, and these guys will tell you, I've said this, I like the fact, I hope it stays this way, the 4 quarterfinal games right around New Year's Day. That excites me. Having 2 meaningful games on New Year's Day, 2 on New Year's Eve, or 4 or 3 on New Year's Day.
Yeah.
That's the way I want it to stay.
I don't know why ESPN had this wrong, but they did. Saturday, the 14th, are 2 games in the wild card. Then you got 3 Sunday, and then the Monday night game.
So no Friday.
No Friday. I don't know why they had Friday on ESPN.
Yeah. So Dunaway's got a good idea there.
Yep.
Thursday, Friday would work.
Yeah.
And then,
I would be okay
and then after that, it's all Saturday, Sunday. But you're too late to play another Monday night game. You're too close to the championship game.
And nobody's doing anything in January anyway at night.
Yeah, that's the worst month in the world. Hey, the 4 downs from rock stars in our next segment. We'll get away from sports in our next segment. But right now, championship weekend coming up. Let's do our Baumhauer's Spotlight today. And Brown has spent all year long. This is the last Thursday tradition here. So he takes us one more time down the old dusty road of tradition. Hit it, Rocky.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
College football's best traditions.
Hey, and remember our friend Bob Baumhauer is celebrating 40 years. He was the first pioneer here in the state of Alabama to bring the taste of wings back in 1981, Wings and Things Tuscaloosa. In fact, he had to actually give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Get in, help them celebrate for lunch or dinner. Any of those statewide locations of Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
So tomorrow night, the Pac-12 championship game will be played. Should be a good one, man. USC and Utah.
Oh, I love the tradition of this game.
You know what it will feature?
A crowd for the first time ever.
A crowd maybe for the first time ever. The other thing it will feature.
A Heisman Trophy winner.
A Heisman Trophy winner in Caleb Williams. The other thing it will feature.
Best uniforms in college football.
I don't disagree with that, but definitely the best fight song in college football.
They don't ever play it, though.
Oh,
it's only every first
down. They can play it all the time.
Tell us about it.
How does it go?
Yeah, there we go.
And
then you see Traveler roll out. Best looking horse in the world.
Yeah. Oh, and then don't forget,
he was Maximus's horse in Gladiator.
Yes, and don't forget.
The only way to make this better if they had a V-show trotting next to the horse.
Don't forget,
right?
Be a good mascot. Yeah.
The Song Girls in the USC sweaters.
Oh, undefeated.
Hard to beat.
Undefeated.
But the tradition we're going to talk about. The victory symbol. Do you know why the Trojans use this victory symbol? Do you know the history behind it?
It makes a V for victory.
It does make a V for victory, but why do they use it, Jim?
Siskel and Ebert founded the university.
Siskel and Ebert did not found the university. That's 2 thumbs, dummy.
Oh.
It was really
cool
John McKay.
Nope.
He was like, I need quarterback 2 in there.
Quarterback number 2. I need 2 tickets. I need 2 tickets.
Bill Walton came to the school and
he's like, UCLA, Jim.
Yeah. He did this, and they said, we're going to steal your peace sign, bro.
Way back in the day, bro. Way back in the day, the Trojans, when they would win victories, would cut off the index finger and the second finger of their opponent so they couldn't hold a sword. Think about how difficult it is to control a sword without those 2 fingers.
Can't even hold a flashlight. Can't hold anything.
So,
you can try.
For the Trojans,
I wouldn't say I couldn't hold anything.
Their sign of victory showed this. Because I got both my fingers,
that's
man.
right.
So
I've never lost.
I've never lost. I still got my fingers.
Didn't you meet somebody that had a 2-finger requirement?
Oh, my God.
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
I'm talking about the sword.
You did, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So anyway.
Talking about bowling. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So anyway, that's why they use that. So it does make it a little darker when you see the Song Girls in their beautiful sweaters holding up the victory sign. Because they literally used to cut people's fingers off.
Oh, I like that tradition. It's brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Different time in life back then. Again, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years. 14 restaurants later, still serving up the great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Check out the Alabama Hot Chicken, the Bam Bam Chicken, the Go Fish. Great menu items. Stop in one of those great locations for lunch or dinner, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Side note right here, just saw Bill Clark on the SAA broadcast of the game that's going on at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Healthy, moving around, coat and tie, looks very looks younger. Looks like he's moving more freely.
Yeah,
there's a guy who's not getting mentioned for any coaching jobs right now publicly.
Yeah, the old carousel spun without him getting on it.
If you're Hugh Freeze,
there's a lot of job opens right now. But
if you're Hugh Freeze, defense coordinator,
somebody in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room mentioned that earlier. What do you think?
I mean, you could do a lot worse, couldn't you?
Yeah,
he knows the high school system.
I mean, if I'm Liberty, I might consider him as my head coach.
You guys have the USFL starting this weekend, don't you? Yeah?
So that doesn't excite you?
It doesn't. I mean, I'm just being honest. If I'm an Auburn fan, you're telling me Bill Clark's my DC?
I mean, Jim, they did have year in, year out one of the best defenses in college football at
They
UAB.
did, and the guy knows the territory of Alabama.
Yeah,
he can recruit
literally
here.
where
now,
he got his start.
I would rather have Jim Leonard from Wisconsin.
There seems to be a lot of people that at an SEC defensive coordinator job that could have maybe a better resume. We'll put it that way.
Okay.
Great head coach, wonderful job.
Liberty, would you hire me if you're Liberty?
Wonderful job rebuilding UAB. Would I hire Bill Clark to be head coach
at Liberty?
Yeah,
I think he's Baptist too.
I mean, any of those, yes, absolutely as a head coach. I don't know if I would hire him as a DC in the SEC. We're back in a moment. Rockstar's got our 4 downs today, and the show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. Both of these guys have gone by.
I went
just
yesterday.
recently. Yeah,
I went yesterday.
My man, Dr. Lee.
And you got my text on some of the things we
I did.
discussed
Big
yesterday.
Dolphins fan, by the way. He's looking. He says if you're looking for a perfect Christmas gift, get your guys a cryotherapy package at Element Wellness in Greystone. 10 sessions, just $350. That's a savings of $50. Your lady would love a wellness infusion package. 3 Myers cocktails, vitamin infusions for just $397. That's a big savings as well. For more info on devices and services, you can go to elementwellness.me, just off 280 on 119 in Tattersall Park at Greystone Chiropractor, elementwellness.me.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the next round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the next round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Before LT tells you about Buzzed, how's this for a send-off? Trent Dilfer's high school football team just won the state championship up in Chattanooga, Lipscomb Academy, 42-0.
Wow! Yeah, he's got that offense going.
Distraction of losing your coach, being at a news conference day before the game. I guess not. 42-0. Trent Dilfer's team just won another state championship. And now he's coming to UAB, where he said this yesterday from our friends at ABC 3340. Trent Dilfer on one thing he has to do. Hasn't been a college coach yet, so he's got to learn how to do something. And then he wants to thank the guys who did a great job doing it before he got there.
We will learn to recruit at an elite level. I'd be lying to tell you if I knew how to recruit at an elite level. That would be crap. That would be a lie, right? Never done it. But we're about to get really good at it. I'll hire people that have been great at it in the past. But recruiting to me is a different narrative. Recruiting to me is connecting. We'll connect with our current student athletes on our roster now in a way that will help them feel and trust us at an early age. They're losing a man they truly, truly believe in. Talking to those players today, you could see the pain in their eyes. They love Coach Vincent. They love that staff. And I said, I want to honor that. I want to help them finish strong. But I also hope to earn their trust as we go through this together, because great things are coming.
Great things are coming.
He sold me, man. He really has. You know, I thought it was an interesting out-of-the-box hire. Obviously, he's got no experience, but sometimes you take chances. But he's saying all the right things, man.
He really is. And there's him getting that trophy today up there at Lipscomb as a state champion. Now he comes to UAB. Before we get to Rockstar's Four Downs here, Buzzed bringing you that little buzz from the field today, the little scoreboard.
The fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-its-kind service. Found on your app store, Buzz, B-U-Z-D. Use that code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. A lot of people are having Christmas parties. They start this weekend. If you run out of supplies, Buzz can bring you everything you need. They've got cannabis, including the Delta 8, any type of alcohol you want, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. We bring the buzz to you. Get buzzed, B-U-Z-D.
Dustin says, moving forward on the show, if you're taking a job and you beat somebody down, are you now Dilfering it up?
Yeah, you're not freining it up.
You're not freining it up.
Or didn't we change it, freining it to somebody else now? Kipping it up? No, it's still freezing it up.
Freeze froze it up. So did Kiffin. I still like fraining it up. Let's keep the history of the show.
I like the kid in the cowboy hat and his pads.
Albert goes dilfing it up.
Dilfing it up.
Yeah.
He dilfed it up in Chattanooga today. They whipped him.
Vulcan Tires brings us the Four Downs from Rockstar today, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, look, if you're going to be on the road this holiday season, you got to get that vehicle serviced. They can do anything you need bumper to bumper. Again, these are locally owned and operated. Great guys from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. 5 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What cover of a song do you prefer over the original? And no, you cannot do Taylor Swift re-recording her material.
This is going to be really, really strange. And I looked for this movie the other night because I was going to get the kids to watch it from the 80s, Less Than Zero. You can't find it anywhere. But Hazy Shade of Winter by the Bangles is so much better than the Beach Boys version.
Oh, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Really?
Yeah, I like...
It really is.
Yeah.
This is my runner-up, but... Boys of Summer by Don Henley is a really, really good song, but it was remade by the Ataris. But the best one, in my opinion, is Tennessee Whiskey that Chris Stapleton covered by George Jones.
It was George Jones?
Yeah, George Jones originally did Tennessee Whiskey, and I'll never forget, we were out by the pool, I think it was this summer or maybe last summer, and for whatever reason on my playlist, the George Jones one played, and my oldest daughter, Anna Kate, said, Who is that?
Who ruined that song?
Chris Stapleton's music. I was like, maybe that is the possum.
Yeah, I'll tell you another good one was, and I love The Cure doing Love Song, but Adele's Love Song is great.
And then Chris Cornell covering the Sinead O'Connor cover of a Prince song, Nothing Compares to You.
Yeah, Chris, I have a whole playlist of covers here.
And Richard D is right over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat. My version of the Victory song.
Dun, 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 dun. And I will tell you, Rockstar, I come to you sometimes saying you'd be great at this. Keena Grammis does a cover of Creep. That is
Radiohead Creep.
Yeah,
Slow Down and Amped Up.
It's Slow Down and Amped
It's a great
Up.
song.
You're the music guy. You got to have one of these on the fly, don't you?
Zach Bryan does A Boy Like You, which is a cover song. There's a ton of cover songs out there. Sometimes I prefer the cover over.
I do too. Yeah.
Second down.
You're stuck on a 12-hour flight. What famous person would you want sitting beside you?
I know who you guys think for me.
Ariana Grande.
But she would be such a prima donna, it would be difficult to crack that shell.
I thought you were going to say I don't want her beside me.
Wow.
Oh, my. Looks like we don't have enough seats.
She's a little thing, too.
That's right.
Kate Adams. She's probably got a little attitude now that she's moved on from the NFL Network, but I still think she could talk a little sports. I wouldn't want her to talk too much sports. But, I mean, she seems like she'd be fun, too. She seems like one of those that would go more than 3 cocktails on a plane, too, especially in 12 hours.
In a non-sexual right now.
Yeah,
okay.
right.
That's not non-sexual.
Please,
this is just
that's what I'm saying.
conversational.
I would like to go with Carissa Thompson. Because for the same reason, I think she's really smart when it comes to sports. I think she's starting her own decorating company. She likes to drink cocktails. She loves music.
What does a decorating company have to do with?
I don't know. I would know nothing about decorating, but she's her own self-made woman. And she just looks like fun on social media. So Carissa Thompson for me.
Yeah, I don't know that I want to talk for 12 hours to anyone outside my wife or somebody like that, Rockstar. So, no, what were you going to say?
Oh, mine was going to be like Conan O'Brien.
Yeah, I was trying to find somebody that I find very, very interesting.
Somebody that has a ton of stories.
Yeah, somebody that's got a ton of stories. But they're not really celebrities. But, I mean, I would love...
You could go Wimp Sanderson.
This is going to be... I've heard of all of Wimp stories. This is going to be a deep dig. I think he just, in fact, I know he passed, but Dick Winters was the guy that Band of Brothers, the central character in Band of Brothers that Damian Lewis played. And I've watched some of his speaking engagements when he was alive. They were incredible. I mean, 12 hours talking about World War II. If he would really tell you the stories, that'd be phenomenal.
Clint Eastwood would be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Caleb goes Joe Rogan. Troy goes either Stone Cold or The Rock. That's 2/3.
Stone Cold?
Third
What's the wrong
down.
guy's flight? What is the best vampire movie?
So that genre is really interesting. There's nothing that's great, but I thought The Lost Boys was a lot of fun from
That
the
used to scare
80s.
the hell out of me.
Which is the one where they jumped off bridges?
The Lost Boys, probably.
Lost Boys.
The Lost Boys was good. It combined,
Which one had
humor.
Kiefer Sutherland?
Yeah, that was
Lost
Lost
Boys.
Boys.
Yeah, I like
Jamie
that one.
Gertz too, and
The one with Corey Feldman and Corey Haim was
that
Lost Boys.
Yeah.
30 Days a Night's good too.
Yeah.
And
Is that, Josh Hartnett?
Josh Hartnett, yeah, it's based in Alaska. Obviously 30 Days a Night, and that would suck if you lived in Alaska and vampires came to town. But that's what
That
happened.
would suck.
But there's been good ones. Salem's Lot was good. Interview with the Vampire. But there's never been a masterpiece vampire film.
You're not going to like mine, Hotel Transylvania, the animated.
The first one or the sequel?
First one or the cruise?
They've gone to the well way too many times.
First one or the seventh one?
The first one was good. My little one loves it, and it is it's one of those movies that's got enough adult humor to hook you in and enough kid humor the kids love it.
I agree.
I've never seen Blade, but I heard it's pretty good.
I'm good.
Fourth down.
What is an underrated Christmas gift?
Socks. If they're good socks, like Stance socks, because they do so many different patterns. I've got some Tupac socks. I got some Biggie. I got some Ram socks, USC socks, but Stance socks. Free plug for Stance. If you're looking for a good stocking stuffer for somebody out there, they're great quality, and pretty much all I wear is Stance.
And your feet can be stocking stuffers.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm sorry.
That was bad, yep.
PlayStation 5 would be underrated.
Underrated for Jim.
A Tesla.
No, listen, I love a good pair of socks. I mean, you can tell a difference between a good pair and a bad pair,
Yep,
right?
Sure can.
I love a good pair of socks. And I hate to say this, I think cash is underrated Christmas gift or gift card. Give me something that I can go buy whatever I want to go buy.
Yeah, I agree with you. It seems lazy to some people.
Right. But I was going to say the same thing. Cash is, I get what I want. I know it seems impersonal and lazy, but
and I can come back like 2 weeks later. What did I end up getting you?
Yeah, exactly.
Just give me the gift card, baby.
Yep.
I'm all down with it.
I know it's been easy on you, so you didn't have to sweat it, and I get to get what I want.
And not the gift cards you buy on that little thing at Publix. Go somewhere and give me a good gift card.
Right.
What's a good one?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to go to
the lumberjack store
to a barrel and eat some all-day breakfast.
Eat crackers.
What about a U.S. bond?
Hey, in this economy, hell yeah. That's 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, 5 great locations, including the newest in Pell City. Make sure you get in, see our guys there. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle. For more information, VulcanTireAuto.com.
Matthew's right, man. I love cash. You can take that to Biloxi.
How many times have I said
turn it
that?
into more cash, baby. It is getting hotter in here. Thank you guys for noticing. So we get a little...
Jim ready to lift that.
Cut those sleeves off. You gotta layer the cable guy.
I'm going to be dressed like this all day, so you got jokes all day long.
I'm just saying.
We are at Bud Light Game Night tonight, Soho Social in Homewood. Come see us where I will be sweating in this shirt with a sweater vest on, covering up my gut.
Will you jump the jet ski?
Heartburn? You watch your ass, that mucus monster's going to attack you.
No, I'm afraid to sneeze because I don't want to duplicate your jacket. Final thoughts when we come back.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality service and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes. Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson CarlsonLaserVision.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Real life text. I'm about to read it live on the air to you.
Did you just get it?
Just got it from our friends at Precision. They're getting you back in the game. I got a buddy that's about to do something, and he wants me to get back in the game.
Okay. All righty. Wow. All right.
So read the Precision thing really quick so you can stop thinking gutter.
Quite the tease.
'Tis the season to make your plans get moving in 2023. Our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
My friends I play golf with and occasionally go to Vegas with, they call me Shooter.
Why?
Because of the first time I went to Vegas with them, I rolled the dice for 45 minutes, first time I ever played craps. And everybody at the end of the table were yelling, "Shooter, stay hot, Shooter, give me a six, Shooter." So they called me Shooter. So that's even on the golf course, everywhere is Shooter. Occasionally Maggie calls me that now, but it's Shooter.
Oh, my God.
It's a nickname. Here, from my buddy Kennedy right here. Shooter, flying out to Vegas tonight. So what do you think he wants to know?
He wants picks for the championship weekend so he can fade you.
How are you feeling about these games? A screenshot of the championship games this weekend. Got to get Jimmy Oppo hot again out in Vegas.
Let's play it. What are we going?
All right, Kennedy, if you're listening, here's Jimmy Oppo. Call out the game.
Now you've got to honestly gut feel.
This is my gut feel here.
All right, Utah, USC. USC is favored 2.5 tomorrow night.
USC favored 2.5. I would go USC minus 2.5.
Do you want the Conference USA as well, or are we just doing it?
You do any game you want to do.
Conference
Jimmy
USA.
Oppo is not picky.
Conference USA, UTSA minus 8.5. North Texas.
I think North Texas loses the game but keeps it inside the number. So I would take North Texas plus 8.5.
Are you keeping up with these, LT?
Yep.
All right. Kansas State, TCU, Jerry World, TCU favored 2.5.
I'm going to take Kansas State in this one between the two quarterbacks. I think Kansas State wins the game outright.
MAC championship game, Toledo and Ohio. Toledo favored 1.5.
I like Toledo to win this game by a lot.
Okay. Sun Belt, our good friend John Summerall and Troy hosting. This is on their campus. Coastal, we don't know about their quarterback. 8.5, Troy's favorite.
Yeah, and that's the key to the game. I think Troy wins the game, but I think Coastal Carolina covers the game.
Okay, that's in the Sun Belt. The American, Tulane, minus 3.5 over Central Florida.
I think Gus Malzahn and UCF wins this game. John Rice Plumlee, not 100%, but who is this time of year. I think Willie Fritz really looked at another job and impacts his locker room. I'll take UCF.
Mountain West, Boise minus 3.5 hosting Fresno.
Sneaky good game. I know LT took Fresno State. I'm going to ride with Boise. I think Andy Avalos got the offense fixed.
All right.
He's a defensive guy, but he hired Dirk Cutter.
In Atlanta, Georgia favored 18.5 over LSU.
I don't need the points, Rockstar. I will take Georgia and give you all the points.
Everyone, put them in your pouch.
Georgia minus 18.5.
ACC, North Carolina, and Clemson. Clemson favored 7.5.
I think North Carolina gets the offense going. They may not win the game, but they will cover the game. I like North Carolina here.
And Michigan favored 16.5 over Purdue.
It is all Michigan in this one. Michigan minus 16.5. That's your Jimmy
You got
Oppo
those?
for the weekend.
You got him?
Yeah, I hate 3 of his plays.
Because
Mess me up.
Well, I mean, how many games is
all
that?
Right.
How many games is that?
A bunch.
A bunch.
Okay, but if I'm 3-8.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you took USC.
Well, I'm sorry. It was
I like Utah, too.
Yeah. Well, you like Utah. I like USC.
Cut your fingers off if you lose.
Yeah. All right. For all of you going to Vegas this week, fade Dunaway. Fade Dunaway. Those are the real gut feelings. And that's the show today. Thanks for being with us again. Bud Light Game Night. Soho Social this evening. Right there in Homewood. Come see us. We'll be there 5 to 7. What time are we doing the show?
5 to 6 we'll be live.
5 to 6 we'll be live, hanging out 6 to 7. Come see us at Soho Social. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.